Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep. It's not a sacred fire. Check. 1, 2, 3. Why?
Ani kinawe? Ani kinawe? Kamach tamen. Ni gani digo Nelson Toulouse ni wing danji zagamok. Gano jendo dem. Gi kwaje me go gani wina da magi an nagon kwash kading. Mish kwaje dwen dawas mabana. Gano je wishichit. Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm Nelson Toulouse. I'm from the Zagamuk. I'm from the Pike clan, and it's really significant because this is actually my role as a Pike clan. Do them. I wanted to introduce my co-MC, Melissa Boyer. Melissa, if you want to raise your hand, right? She was a little bit nervous. We just went through a little exercise where a lot of words she didn't understand, and the Shnabem went so. I would say them, and then she would write them phonetically for her interpretation. So I want to welcome everybody here. There's going to be official welcomes, but I'm going to mix up the agenda a little bit. As we've all heard yesterday, we lost a great warrior, Senator Marie Sinclair. And so we want to give him great honor. I'm not sure if we can ever give him what he really deserves, but we can certainly take a little bit of our time, to give that proper recognition. So I'm just going to read what the family wrote, and I'm sure some of you saw in Facebook. Honoring Marie Sinclair, peacefully and surrounded by love. The Honorable Marie Sinclair passed away early on Monday, November 4th, 2024. Mizena Agijik, the one who speaks of pictures in the sky, that's what that means. That was in the Anishinaabe name. Committed his life to the service of the people, creating change, revealing truth, and leading with fairness throughout his career. The impact of his work reached far across the country and the world, from residential survivors to law students to those who sat across from him in a courtroom. He was always known as an exceptional listener who treated everyone with dignity and respect. So I just want to read, these are his own words. So if you can bear with me, you'll find that grief comes in waves. When the ship is first wrecked, you're drowning with wreckage all around you. Everything floating around you reminds you of the beauty and the magnificence of the ship that was and is no more. And all you can do is float. You find some piece of wreckage and you hang on for a while. Maybe it's some physical thing. Maybe it's a happy memory or a photograph. Maybe it is a person who is also floating. For a while, all you can do is float, stay alive. In the beginning, the waves are 100 feet tall and crash over you without mercy. They come 10 seconds apart and don't even give you time to catch your breath. All you can do is hang on and float. After a while, maybe weeks, maybe months, you'll find waves are still 100 feet tall, but they come further apart. When they come, they still crash all over you and wipe you out. But in between, you can breathe. You can function. You never know what's going to trigger the grief. It might be a song, a picture, a street intersection, the smell of a cup of coffee. It can be just about anything. And the wave comes crashing. In between waves, there's life. Somewhere down the line, it's different for everybody. You find that the waves are only 80 feet tall or 50 feet tall. And while they still come, they come further apart. You can see them coming. An anniversary, a birthday, or Christmas, or landing at O'Hare. You can see it coming for the most part and prepare yourself. And it washes over you. You know that somehow you will again come out on the other side. Soaking wet, sputtering, still hanging on to some piece of wreckage, but you'll come out. Take it from an old guy. The waves never stop coming, and somehow you really want them to, but you learn that you'll survive them. And other waves will come, and you'll survive them too. If you're lucky, you'll have lots of scars from lots of loves and lots of shipwrecks. Those are the words of Marie Sinclair. So I'll ask you to, we'll take a moment of silence in respect of this great man. Yeah. Miigwech. I was actually blessed to meet this warrior a few times. It was certainly a great experience. The protocols, Alex and Teleka, is there something else we need to do on protocols? Okay. Okay, so the Shkabe Wis will be coming around with a smudge. For anybody that did not get smudged, we can take this opportunity. There's a fire to my left that's burning, and the medicines are there. You can see it'll be there all day. And Wampum tomorrow?
That fire up there is only going to be for the start of the morning.
Okay.
The fire is going to be at the hippie area.
Okay. Miigwech. So just before we get started, just a little housekeeping items. We'll get those out of the way. I did learn that we have free parking. I learned it after I paid for my parking for the day. So the security person, you see her and she'll give you a pass. The washrooms are to my right. I'm sure you know where they are. There's emergency exits. This is, regulations. So we have to say the exits are, I'm assuming over there. There's two here. Anyway. And smoking, I guess, is there an area? I'm not a smoker other than outside, which is pretty close. Smoking is allowed. We will be, Alex, are we having a pipe ceremony sometimes in here or? Okay. 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 So, Anishpi, when are you going to do that? Okay. Okay. Aha. Gabzanyasa. Okay. So let's get on and we do it in a proper way. We exercise our protocol. So that's how we do things as Anishinaabe. Okay. Do you need a mic?
Bonjour, Gamagi Jukwe Deshnikasa Mikdodem, Mang Denwema, Wikwem Kong Don Jabash, Gambe was Quedao, Minoage, Takla Naganagishik, Dashin Congo, name. Sema Gaming Gomem, Mampi, Dean Menar, Alex Bisson, we be not the Magiang, Mampi, Manjadwin, Manda Robinson here on one we the Magi win. Natish Pogan, we Sakaswanan, Menageni, Nibi, Menan, Deminan, Ga Miigwech went down in Ga Pa, Matuki Winan, Ge, Gangam, Epich, Sakaswana, Pogan, Tam Gamwendash, P we megazwatt ge menedoke natamaging enishik niwinekea and jabachik P we beshat be we do kazwat manda we mnajwe bak manda manjedwin.
We're just gonna open this up this for the next couple of days. We're gonna sing that song and how shy we are in doing things in our daily lives or even whatever we need to do. We're always shy. I'm gonna smoke the pipe myself. And that's why they offered tobacco this morning. Is you offer your tobacco there, and I'll do it here, and I'll talk to the pipe myself, and Tekla will probably sing a song for that. But we'll open it up this whole thing with the song first. Oh, gage nimki panesh donish kas megazed do dem swe medenin da oska bewis ge. So my English name is Forever Lasting Thunderbird. I'm from the Eagle clan, and I'm also in my third level of the Maday Lodge. I think about a lot of things in my life, especially about the fire. That's my job or at my opportunity to do that. And I look after that fire the best way I can. And I think about the people because that's as a Scott Bayless, that's my job is to look after the people, look after the elders, look after our children the best way I can. So, and I always I want to think about Maurice Sinclair too because I do know him too, and just want to think about that. We got you. I lost my tobacco. Same one.
Same. Und Sema Tam ich bin gego Quedeyen Mage Miigwachwendeman Midasha Kimingome Maba Sema Mampi Wibe Nakian Mampi Wibe Wido Kazian. So that's one of our protocols, especially when we want to do ceremony, to offer tobacco to those ones who are going to do the work. And was mentioned outside earlier, just before we came in, that you do your own personal offerings every day, and so kijep every morning is best. And yeah, so, and then the pogan. So it'll offer up the prayers for all of us, for all our communities, for all of Anishinaabe, Kina Bematsajik, Kina Benojiak, Kinigaik, Chiyatsajik, Kina and Kijik, Kina and Nagasjik, and Akazajik, Wandake, Maba Gamajat, Nishnaabe, Gage Mquen Manage, Gajanatamaget, Mampia, Ushmej Najweb Zech, Ushmej Minua Metua, Anishnaabe, Wenage, Kadon Migo Engagi in Kitchipitan Dogseme Mampi, Gi Ying, Gi Jabu Ying, Mampi, a king Gi Ben Chamabe, Gemini do Kina with the Mampi ne saying Gebijame, we Bematseeing Mampi King, we be Kendamang and Mino Bematsuin, Midash, and the one we the Magawin, Gajwe Bedakba, 1850, Consabungak, ne, P. Ki Krashtada, Ge, Shaganang Shak, within the king Gavin Jabat, Menam P. Gagi in way, Gi Yao Ying. We saw Wing Manda, Gadobe Matsuin, Gagi in way, me Ganagadoin the Ming, me no ge, Manda Ke, Che Piten Daguk, Chanagadwin, Megadek, Che, Abjimat Sing. Nahang Gam, Manda Bejik Gamwin. Maba Nishnaabe Kinjaba Kinjaba Jawanaga Kai we are known zin Manda Wingamanda Wagen Gamwin Nindash Dabaden Ki Wingamian. Ande, yo mi guemedo. Ande, yo mi guemedo. Ande, mi guemedo. Wabano, yo mi guemedo. Wabano, mi guemedo. Wabano, mi guemedo. Wabano, Jao no, mi guemedo. Jao no, mi guemedo. Jao no, mi guemedo. Jao no, mi guemedo. Nenga binang, oh, mi guemedo. Nenga binang, oh, mi guemedo. Gabina Gabina Giwet nung gomigwe Giwet nung gomigwe mado Giwet nung gomigwe mado ake yomigwe ake yomigwe mado ake yomigwe mado ake yomigwe Gina drinking, yomigwe Gina drinking, yomigwe mado Gina drinking, yomigwe Gina drinking, yomigwe Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Can everybody hear me? I don't talk too loud, but sometimes I will. Bonjour. We always have to mention our names. Gauguin, Nimki, Benes, Donish, Gas, Megazedo, Dem, Sweat, Medin, Ninda, Oska, Bewisge. We always open this song and this what we're doing today. So we open it up. But after we start with our tobacco. And this morning, when we started that fire, we try to ask people to offer their tobacco. Then usually we would collect everybody's tobacco and do it that way, and everybody will do here. They don't go to the fire. But I kind of like doing it the other way, where people that themselves will offer the tobacco first, because it's your prayers, your thoughts that are coming into this place, because we want to learn more about how to live a really good life. When I brought this little boy with me, this is used to belong to my mom. My older brother looks after it, but I get to use it, and it helps me do a lot of teachings and in what I do. And I'm thinking about those the 7 generations from behind us, but also thinking about the 7 generations ahead of us. So that's why you see 7 little grandfathers there. And we think about those 7 grandfathers' teachings, okay? The knowledge, the respect, the love, the bravery, humility, honesty, and most of all, the truth. Okay? The truth that we be honest with everything we do in our lives, even in the teachings we do, the thoughts that we do. So that Sema taught about everything. This pipe here, the one I carry, is a healing pipe. I have to face the north before I even start. I cannot, I can't face it the east. I have to face it the north. And I think about that, and I was thinking about you people when I was doing that, and everybody else, the healing that we need to do. Our children are still having a hard time in this, or even our adults are having a little bit of a hard time, but maybe even our elders are still having a hard time figuring things out. So that's what I look at when I do this work. I always think about the people. People come first for me. I think that's all I can say for now. But I'll be at somewhere down the road over there somewhere. So if you want to come and listen to me after, come and listen to me. We'll have a fire down there. So me and Wally. So we'll be down there. Oh, me question.
Now, midas mina nebe mina demenan ka nekweme ka wisneme ne manda wanwi damage when ko kabishwe bak ejibi kadek ki bekendana kanaknegeat mage Gishpin Yawat ka anke gigedowat manda manjadwin ne Kishabiga de kwa ne porganak wede giyawuk je manjadwat Gimai gibe manjaduk gigedok Kaidashwigo kwe kidabachmega si janatmaget je Minoge mam nekke kaimam da manda nashnabe atsuin wimikmang ne ki pakdigam gon ki ma jingome gishpin manda nashnabe atsing nashindash nangwa anchmino eshkam go kadam shkwent mame eshkam go maji Majiwok, Nishnabe Atsuwin, Mikmoat, ne Nishindash Mompi, Manda, Kajwebak, ne Wode Gitwatan, Wode Gisheminado Ya Gibishe Mach Tame, Mompidash Nising, a king Gibishame, me. Mon piyayeng abedek kwinagadwen dana manda garmin going skak me kweg da nagadwen megna we nebe gadamine gna imna matsing we nekweng minoge we mijim demenen chitwa mijim awen mashkikiwan we mijim Midas ne kagoya gi yasi we kwajmak we not bonjit ne kwa kishpin we adan gama menage amage skini kwe dan chikanan mande a pitchen gamyeng Midas pi wanta gamwen ode a kunsing ode gishgong nebe gishgong jakade mi gamyeng we menado we nebe medo pi ni sing pesham gat pi chetwa masko kick mi je pesham gakwe Chituan nebe, mashkikiwan we nebe. Midas bangui nekwayeng ne mi deb namang geki no we atsuwin na dwewin chippy tendagwet manda nebe ne kawi Kadang matsisime gishpin tesnok. Midas abedeke jabin nagamik. Midas we makenben geginwe piskaying mampi king. Ne abedek we nagadwenjagade mandek skakmikwe we bin nagasit. Jabin nagwak manda nebe wamnekwing. Midas ejemi gwachwenda mangeginwe mampi mi aying mampi king. Kinagego abedek en nakazing we namat seeing me das mage we are danat mage da pami gwen manda da zigna bangi yata mi yache chipitan dagok bangi at debnamang mi noage kita batchagade gishpen gishpen ya abadan kit mamba bematsit mampi king manda gudengo manda nebe migo eje nasap enang dek de bisko we basic zawandek wabik gold. Midas nongo ejwebak, nongo eskam gospang de, abde kuyana, midas nongo kagi kensi na endekwe wade binagamik wade zagjeng mampi Lake Ramsey, kagi na butch memda gwekwim na kwen, abde gego wishachagade ushme Jinashingwi nakwing, Jabo Akasi Skaging, Midas Langutong, Abedek Wikish Nadona, Manda Nebe, Abedek Naganama, Binagame, where one nakwing. Midasha engine coming, where Manda, we Muskiki Wang, we Chitwa, when Dagok. Manda Dash Gamwen, Doreen Dejan Kaza. Kami gwet kena win gamat kishpen weekend ang we nabe gamwen nebe kesagego kemi gwet chawend mego Kisha wend me go nebe kesagego kimi gwecha wend me go Kisha wend me go Kimi gwecha wend me go Kisha wend me go Nebe kesagego Kimi gwecha wend me go Kisha wend me go Oh my gosh. Okay, so Stephanie's going to bring around the cups. So ideally we would have one of these to receive it, or if you don't want to cause waste, if you have water glass, you could just add to it or use your natural cup like that. So So we're getting to Demanan just to be on the time frame here. And so nasap manda nebe kimin going we namat seeing ne ke kimin gome mijem nenda dash Demanan mige chetwa mijem mena kinamanda awan mashkikiwan minoge na miigwech wada wabanong jawanong ningawinong giwetnong miigwech kakmikwe miigwech gjeminado kinagego emijang.
That's it? With this little boy that I have, he'll be at the fire, and we're not going to close it until Tuesday. Tomorrow. So we'll sing the last song tomorrow when we close it. So I'm gonna leave it dressed the way it is, and then we'll close it when that time comes. And we'll finish it off because I'll have to sing about 4 or 5 songs. But I figured we'll just close it tomorrow, and I'll leave it like this for the night, so that we can remember our 7 grandfathers' teachings along the way today and tomorrow. We learn, keep those in mind, those 7 grandfather teachings. Once the berries are all around, we can start, I guess. I think we're done here. Hold your mic.
Honey, as we're giving out the berries, for those that didn't understand the language, I'm assuming a lot of you didn't, ate is our heart. Amen is a berry. So that's what it represents, is your heart. So we ingest that. It's medicine. But there's also a teaching behind the water. It's a woman's teaching, so it's no place for me to speak. I'm a man. But it is an excellent teaching. It basically provides life. It's a woman's sign, and it sustains life for us. So that's as much as I can say. So once we're done with the berries, we're going to be asking Chief Gima, Craig Nochtai, to do the official welcoming. It's his traditional territory of Tikmikshing. Okay. I think we're getting close. We're almost there. Then after that, my co-MC will be doing the introductions. She's been practicing all the Anishinaabe names, and I'm confident that she'll do well. Right, Melissa? How? Okay, we're going to call upon Gema to do the official welcoming.
Ani, Buju, Nimin Makwa, Nadijnikaz, Mong Nindodam, Tikmikshing Nindunji, Gama, Tikmikshing Anishinabek. Good morning, everyone. Chief Craig Nijtai from Tikmikshing. Just want to welcome you all to Tikmikshing lands. it's an honor to come here and do the welcoming, and just want to thank Earl and his team for always doing a great job hosting Treaty Week. And you know, in the past we've done more than just education. We've done a lot of outreach too, and in the schools, and I really enjoyed talking with our youth during previous Treaty Weeks. And I also want to say thank you to the elders for the ceremonies this morning. It's good that we start off in a good way, and to our firekeeper, I was watching him trying to get that fire going, and sometimes that's how life is. Your pressure's on, and you're trying to get a fire going, but it doesn't work out. But hey, that's how it goes. And Murray Sinclair, thank you, Nelson, for that those words about Murray. You know, he dedicated his life to this Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and really advancing not just the you know, or protecting our rights, you know, in regards to the residential schools, but in all areas of our lives. And he's a real hero for doing that, for dedicating his life to that. So I was thinking about him yesterday too, and his family. But I wanted to say though too, like in terms of the treaties and RHW, the work that they're doing is really important for Tikmikshing, where we're really taking a closer look at the treaty and what it means to our people. I know RHW has gone through this exercise as an organization, but there's more to the treaty, and I think a lot about when our chief Shwanik Ijik and his son Mongo, and when they traveled to Bawating to go and sign the treaty, and what it meant to them, you know, going there, traveling, and taking the direction from our community members, and the time, you know, that they had to take on that journey to get there. You know, and that's, we have to kind of go through that same exercise with our community right now. We really need to understand the treaty. It guides us, you know, in our relationship with Ontario and Canada and our other treaty partners. But there's more to it, right? There's a spirit that each community had when they went to go sign this, and so we're going to go through that exercise too in the Tikmikshing, and that's the importance of RHW and the organization, is to help us as we go through that exercise. They've already helped us too with our use and occupancy map study, and that's really important. It you know, it's not just you know, drawing a map and saying these are our lands. No, it's about you know, working out relationships that we have in Robinson Huron Treaty Nations, and so there's much more work to do, and so it's important that we support RHW, you know, and we give them a clear mandate as to what we need from them, so that they can help nations like Tikmikshing and all the other nations along in their growth as well. So I just wanted to say thanks to RHW and your team for always hosting a good Treaty Week, and I appreciate all that you've done for Tikmikshing, and I just want to say thank you to Dominic too and his team for hosting this year's event. Miigwech, everyone.
Miigwech Gema. And before I call up my friend to begin to introduce the dignitaries, I just want to talk just a little bit about the event and why we're here today. I've been around a long time, so I witnessed a lot of stuff. It is Treaty Week, and it was endorsed by the provincial government. And it was back in 2016, and many of us were down at the Queen's Park on that particular day, it was a celebration. It was under the leadership of Premier Wynne and the Liberal government at the time. And I think relationships with us, First Nations, Indigenous people, had really grown in a very positive way. And so Premier Wynne really supported anything, most things that we asked for, and certainly the recognition went a long way. It was a tremendous day, I recall. We marched into the sacred halls of the floors of Ontario government, and so it was quite an event. And since then, all governments will acknowledge the territory that they're in. And all governments, municipal governments, will recognize the territory they're in. And you'll now see Anishinaabe Kidwin and our Anishinaabe words in different places, just like coming in here, being again is come in, and Hani, Bama, Pi, Minawa, is a hello, and until later, those things. I mean, it's a start. It's a start. And it's really good recognition. But I do recall that the day, it was actually a very good day. And Premier Wynne was a good person. She was a good person. Now, because I didn't turn liberal, but I just want to acknowledge the work that was done by that liberal government at that particular time. I'm not sure if we would have gotten as far with the current government. I have my doubts. But anyway, I think we need to mention and recognize the people that are involved to create this particular week, and that we celebrated. And as Chief Gema Noshtai said, we're all treaty people. We are all treaty people. I have a friend, a relative, Blaine Bello. I mean, he was just really, really passionate about these things. And he always talked about when we met in Baoting, that's Sault Ste. Marie, to negotiate the Robinson-Huron Treaty. He said we went there with a full canoe. We didn't want for anything. We had everything. The people we met with didn't have anything. But when they left with a canoe of goods. So that that's a perception. It's an Anishinaabe perception, and it's one that that we believe in. That on that day, we agreed to share. We didn't give up anything. We just agreed to share, and that's why we're here, and that's why we've gone through the courts, the legal battles, because of that. Just to remind our treaty partners, they agreed to something. A promise is called Wawidamagewin, and that's why this group is called Wawidamagewin. So those are the things that were talked about, and promises were made. So we need to, make sure that the treaty partner across the table from us upholds those promises, and that's why we're here, to educate people. So don't be afraid to ask questions. We have speakers coming up, and with that, I'm going to ask my co-MC to begin the introduction. So, miigwech.
Hello, everybody. I'm really excited to be here today. I know I'm going to learn a lot from our speakers. I've already learned a lot. Nelson has helped me out so much with some words that I'm very nervous about and unfamiliar with. So thank you already for sharing. Our first speaker today is going to be Dominic Baudry. He's the Associate VP of Academic and Indigenous Programs. So Dominic, if you could come up.
Ani bozo, gitchine dem gene kenamen guk na gamanda gejap upchiga geget gitchipit and agot gewe manda Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 with Jinjagadek. Inage upchigna gitchine and dama gegina ginet make mampi ubijai kubijin make manda. Upchiskone shidney ni elak mix ding na gong gitchine dem gene mina gitchine dem kenamen guk. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Beaudry. I'm the AVP of Academic and Indigenous Programs. I'm from Wampum First Nation. I'm Odawa, Ojibwe. I've been here for a few years now, acting as AVP. I'd just like to say we have some really amazing programs here at Laurentian University. And thank you so much for agreeing to co-host your event here at Laurentian this year. I did attend many of your events in the past. In fact, I presented at a few. So last time we met, I said it wouldn't be a great idea to host the event over at Laurentian. So thank you so much for being here. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Amazing start for today's event. I'm also here to help support the welcoming. So we also have some folks here from Laurentian University. So I'd like to welcome Giselle Roberts. She's the Director of Research and Innovation. So give Giselle a big round of applause and she'll give us a welcome.
Thank you, Dominic. Good morning, bon matin, Minot Gazette. First of all, I'd like to pass on regrets for Tammy Eager, Dr. Tammy Eager, who's our Vice President of Research. Unfortunately, she really wanted to be here today, but she's away on university business with colleagues down in Southern Ontario. But she looks forward to working with Dominic and his team and our students, faculty, and staff on advancing Laurentian's Truth and Reconciliation Task Force recommendation. And I think many of you know, if you know Tammy, how dedicated she is to our tricultural mandate and to advancing these recommendations. It is an honor to stand here today on the traditional lands of the Tikmishing and Anishinaabeg. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the gift of tobacco this morning. As we come together to recognize and celebrate Treaties Recognition Week, this week offers up the opportunity to reflect on the treaties that have shaped this land and guide the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. We are also proud to host the Robinson-Huron Treaty Group as they hold their events here at Laurentian in recognition of Treaty Week. Cette semaine nous offre l'occasion de réfléchir aux traités qui ont façonné cette région et ses peuples. At Laurentian University, we are committed to acknowledging the importance of these treaties and understanding the historical significance they hold for the Indigenous communities and all of us who live on this land today. Our commitment as a university extends beyond a single week of learning. We aim to integrate treaty education and Indigenous history into our curriculum, our discussions, our research, and our core values. Our partnerships with Indigenous peoples and organizations play a crucial role in shaping the path, and we are deeply grateful for their guidance, wisdom, and leadership. Nos partenariats avec les peuples et les organisations autochtones jouent un rôle essentiel dans la définition de cette voie. Et nous leur sommes profondément reconnaissants de leur conseil, de leur sagesse et de leur leadership. Treaty Week is a reminder that we all have a role to play in upholding the principles of these agreements through our words, our actions, and our respect for the land and its people. I was fortunate to attend the OECD Mining Regions and Cities Conference a few weeks ago, and I know many of you were there as well. And it was incredible to see the progress made in the conversations that are taking place. And just in the words that we use, changing from using the word shareholder and stakeholder to rights holders. And also, instead of using or talking about consultation, we're talking about informed consent. So I encourage everyone here to take time to learn more, to reflect deeply and consider how we can each contribute to the work of reconciliation and continue on the pathways that were created by the great leader, Murray Sinclair. La Semaine des traités nous rappelle que nous avons tous un rôle à jouer dans le respect des principes de ces accords par nos paroles, nos actions et nos respects de la terre et de ses habitants. J'encourage chacun d'entre vous à prendre le temps d'apprendre davantage, de réfléchir en profondeur et d'envisager les manières dont nous pouvons tous contribuer au travail de réconciliation. Thank you to all the organizers and participants for making today possible. Today, we can continue strengthening respectful relationships and honoring those who have long stewarded this land. As many of you know, the Anishinaabe name for Sudbury, Nuswakamak, means the meeting of three roads. This name beautifully reflects the interconnectedness of our histories and the shared path we walk toward mutual understanding and respect. Merci, et je souhaite à tous une célébration significative et réfléchie de la semaine de reconnaissance des traités. Thank you, and I wish you all a meaningful and thoughtful celebration of Treaties Recognition Week. Miigwech and Bamapi.
Our next speaker is Earl Kamanda. He is the Executive Director of the Robertson Huron Wawinmagawin. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
She did pretty good, I thought. Ani Bojo Kenemoya, Ganadre Gijik Nanan, Anishinaabe Nozwin, Magazi Dodum, Ganabajing, Donjiba, Wawindamagwin, Danoki. I'm really glad to be here today. I think that first protocol we did, I can see spirits coming into the room. The ancestors were coming to visit us in this important sort of celebration of what they worked for on our behalf. We deliberately invited 2 elders from our 21 First Nations, so there should be at least 42 of our elders here this week, and I congratulate you for the work that you continue to do. There's a bigger challenge, though, as you know. Margaret knows this, and a bunch of the litigation elders know, is our language, as Nelson keeps talking about. But there is hope. There's hope, and there are some resources to go with that hope to bring back the language in every one of our 21 First Nations. And I think that was an important thing that we shared at our treaty gathering. One of the things we always do at our treaty gathering is we build a lodge from scratch. And I want to thank Ogama Nuchtai for sharing his people and his maple saplings that we harvested on his land. I think the people of Lively thought we were cutting down trees around here, but luckily we tried to appease that concern. It was cold, it was windy. Our firekeepers had to tie down some extra things there to keep that launch from blowing away, but it survived. We survived. You know, there's some interesting things that are happening at Wawinamagawin. We had a very important meeting with our counterpart on the litigation side this summer here at Laurentian, across the way there. And what we figured out is we've got to work together. And that's an important aspect of what's going on. We got the benefit of the settlement agreement and our annuities payments that went out this past summer. But there's an even bigger fight ahead of us. We're going to hear a little bit about that. I'm hoping sometime today. We want to make sure that the government never forgets that promise that was made, that $4, which was only increased once, would increase to its true value in terms of all the resources that have been taken from our land. But more importantly, we got to remember that story of that canoe was, we didn't give up very much. We only agreed to share. So we still have all that land that we need to look after. And I think when we take a look at that, you know, it's been mentioned here, some of the work that Wawinamagawin does to help in that battle is that our use and occupancy studies. it's taken a little bit of a turn as well, because we know you elders remember what it was like to be on the land. We need to come back to you and get some of that historical data that you remember. Not how many fish or moose you caught, but where and how you used the land back in the day. And so that's an important piece of work for Wawinnamagiwin. And I think when we take a look at all of this, we recognize there's much that we need to, in terms of our partnership with organizations like Laurentian University, is the help that they give us in giving us some of those experts to make our case when we do. And I think in terms of this particular relationship that we have with not just Laurentian, but a few other universities, will go far in ensuring that our work will continue in perpetuity. The other significant thing that happened, of course, was we needed to convince those governments that they had to live up to that promise. And I want to thank Professor Dr. Elizabeth Carlson for her role in getting that petition signed. We put some resources behind that effort, and I believe we had about 7,000 or 8,000 signatures at the end, and we presented that to the minister in North Bay. So there's been a lot of historical events just recently that have happened with RHW. I'm here on behalf of the political working group. They send their regrets for not sending someone to speak to you, but on their behalf, we welcome you to our annual treaty gathering, and we hope you enjoy the next 2 days. Aha, miigwech, bama.
Okay, so I think what we're going to do now is give everybody a 10-minute break. We know it can be a lot sometimes when we're sitting down and trying to maintain our attention. So I think we're going to go for a 10-minute break and then come back with some more speakers. So I will see everybody back here in 10 minutes.
Hello, 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 hello. Honey, honey, honey. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. That'll work. Okay. I'm pretty loud anyway, so.
It's just so Zoom can hear you. The room can hear you fine. It's just so the people that are on
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, all good. So you can feel free to take it off, Nelson. If you want to take it off, go ahead. Yeah.
Honey, can I wait? Is Chief, former Chief Dean Sayers here? Kaina. No, he's not here. Okay. Okay, we'll start with.
Oh, right. I was like, what? Why didn't you Okay, so we're going to go right into our next presenter. The next presenter we have is Clayton Samuel King. He is a Barrie, Ontario-based multimedia artist and a member of the Boud First Nation with Bodawame Ashnabek heritage. He specializes in acrylic painting, but has worked across various mediums, focusing on themes inspired by Anashbek culture, history, and the natural world. Mr. King has contributed to educational workshops, community leadership, and heritage preservation, while earning numerous awards and recognition in his field. Please welcome Clayton King.
Hani Bojo, Wapshka Makons Indigenous Cause, Megaze Dodem, the main Minister Donjaba, Ogamoaj, Gishan Kazo, Mishomis, Menoa, Mishibji Kwe, Gishan Kazo, Nokomis, Wasa, Bemose Kwe, Gishan Kazo, Mama, Menoa, Gete on deck, Jinkaza, Nos. Modawada Minushnabek and Miigwech for the opening. I know myself, I'm a learner in Anishinaabe, so it's always a little difficult and sometimes embarrassing when going to those speakers and trying to speak and learn new words, but at least we all continue to try and move forward. First and foremost, I just want to acknowledge the sacred items in the room. Acknowledge those elders for earlier ceremony out in, with the fire and with the water and with the little boy. And miigwech to all of you who helped out too as well and who are here today. For those that don't know me, I'm from Beausoleil First Nation. I live in Barrie. And what got me into doing this work was my background as an artist. So throughout the years, working in art and as well as trying to understand my own history within our First Nation and our family's history, and as well as those claims that had come up years ago within the Tri-Council. So things I didn't know growing up, or things I didn't know growing up off reserve, I wanted to know and research and learn more about. So I continued to do that throughout the years, and it just branched off. And with a lot of it, we extended not only from our First Nations, but also to family relations beyond, and which is, it's been really exciting. This is my first time here at Laurentian, and it's a beautiful facility. I kind of got lost. I don't know about everybody else, but I didn't know where to park, I didn't know where to go. Sometimes you rely on Google Maps, and there you go. When asked to do this presentation, I was told to to talk about treaties and wampum belts, and I didn't realize I'd be going up first, but. What can I say that hasn't already been done, right? History, there's a lot of information always out there. OG Corbier has always done really well in sharing that knowledge for the last 15 years, and as well as Brian Charles of Georgina Island has done really well. Ken Miracle, we've heard talk, Rick Hill, and many others. They keep on adding things as we get older, as we learn. So today, the discussion of my talk is Wapshka Bizani Wewen, Mikan, or the White Road of Peace. And what I'm going to be doing is discussing a little bit more upon that Eternal Council Fires belt that extends through our communities. Like I said, I'm from Williams Treaty Territory, so it's nice to be here in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory once again. It's always a good drive up, besides being in the rain, and I'm glad it didn't freeze or no snows on the ground because I didn't change my tires yet. So that's good. So for those that don't know, there's a little description about wampum. Wampum consists of two different shells, as we know. The shells are broken down and created into smaller cylindrical beads. The beads were created into belts, into strings to make pledges, as well as agreements regarding trade, agreements to ending wars and creating truce and peace, and understandings of unification between nations. They're also utilized for ornaments too as well, and making and cufflinks, armbands, also put in war clubs and utilized with pipes and so forth, as well as those strings too when meeting in council. Each bead was said to have a story or a message, and that agreement of the Pledge of Understanding too as well. The gift of truth and truth is respected with each sharing of these meetings, right? And within the beads themselves. So the bonds of friendships were created. So for those that don't know, the Chippewa Tri-Council, also known as CTC, is historically known as the Chippewas of Lakes Huron and Simcoe in southern Georgian Bay. The description in red right over here, Mosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, Georgina Island First Nation, for those that don't know the territory. Our historical use within Wampum, within our treaties, there's been a little bit written. Not as much as I would like to see, but it dates back probably about to 1811 was one of the first recorded usage of wampum within treaty making, and it was within the provisional agreement of 1811, which would later become Treaty 16 in 1815. So within there, the Chippewa chiefs had met with Colonel Klaus, Lieutenant Colonel Klaus at that time period, and were making arrangements for the surrender of what is known as the Penetanguishene Purchase, or the Nottawasaga, or the Penetanguishene Road Purchase between Lakes Huron and Simcoe. So it was an addition on to an earlier treaty from 1798. So they used the wampum. Klaus had used the wampum, different types of wampum strings, and to make those arrangements, and as well as Yellowhead and Assens had shared their wampum strings, and that understanding of negotiation during the meetings, during the meeting at that time period. They also used it a few years later in 1818 within Treaty 18. And at the beginning, it just, we recognize the usual ceremonies were attended to. And then within the minutes, just a brief description of the wampum strings. I never really discussed what has been known as Yellowhead's wampum that he carried at these meetings too. Later on in the 1830s, during the Coldwater Narrows experiments, when Chief Asiganac was down in Coldwater for a time being, working as an interpreter for the government, shortly after Treaty 45 was made, he was still living at Coldwater. So as he was living at Coldwater, later on after August in the fall time, he would go out to the bay and he was out fishing, where Anderson had called him back for a special meeting and had requested to bring the belt. So as we know, within those treaty, within the 1845 treaty, he had presented that belt. So what Anderson wanted him to do was come down to York, that his great father down in York had wanted him to bring the belt, and didn't really specify anything else after that. Through other correspondence between Superintendent Givens and others, they had brought down Chief Yellowhead and others to York, and then had made the Coldwater Treaty, pre-Confederate Treaty number 48. But there's nothing in there that state that Asiganac was there with the belt at those meetings, because there's no meeting minutes, right? But afterwards, there's correspondence where he got paid for interpretation. So more research is required in that. So back to the CTC and some origin stories from our communities. Chimna Singh said in the 1960s, from a book created by the RC school and local sisters there, and some of the pupils and our people, that our people arrived in the area during the war in 1867 or 1687, sorry, and or 1683, and banded together to fight against the Nodaway, or the Iroquois nations, or Haudenosaunee. Within Thomas Schilling's rendition in 1843, he states that his ancestor, his father was Big Schilling, but his ancestor Nagik was one of the first chiefs at Lake Simcoe prior to the wars with the Nodaway. So when we go back in the historical record regarding Champlain coming to the area, taking Huron down to New York, he stops at Minjikaning and talks about the Huron being there. But later on, they weren't there. They kept on moving to the west in North Simcoe County. So, going back in time, what I'm going to do is discuss the belt and go back through the Beaver Wars a little bit and touch on some history that I've learned regarding the belt and those wars. So Sigard, when he arrived in 1623, he arrived in Quebec in, I do believe, June of that year, and made his way to Huronia in August, and he spent the fall and winter times with the Wendat, the Huron Wendat. After that year, he had made plans with other Huron traders to go to Quebec to trade their pelts and so forth for more provisions for the area, and where those Recollet friars were at that time period. On their way, they had he had met up with Etienne Brule, and they had there were some issues with his canoe. It was pretty worn and tattered, and so he had to get some other canoes back, and they sent the Huron back. But when they met up at the peninsula up around this area here, and from there he describes in his diary years later that, and altogether we went to take up our quarters in Algonquin village. According to my custom, I went about visiting the lodges in the place, and I was invited to a feast of a large sturgeon which was boiling in a great cauldron over the fire. So he states that he visited an Algonquian village. At that time period, that name was pretty broad in general, but we know the Anishinaabe were in that area and all around the bay, going up to Wissahickon and all the way to Magnetawan and all the way out to Dawam and Nis. So this is one of the first recordings of Anishinaabe right on the borderlands of the Wendat. So therefore, a lot of historians have agreed that their village was on Beausoleil and that he was on Beausoleil Island. So after the great push of and wars from the Haudenosaunee nations in Simcoe County in 1849, that last place of refuge was my home reserve, which at that time period was called St. Joseph's Island by the French, and as well as called Gahendoa by the Wendat. So numerous French and Wendat people were situated there during the winter times of 1649 and 1650, and I mean, a lot of bad things happened during that time period: starvation, disease, a lot of death, and then they transferred that May and headed on to Quebec. Some of them didn't go to Quebec though. Some of them went to Dawam, some of them carried on North Shore and went to Lake Superior. So it wasn't the whole lot of them. So after that, we have those battles beginning. This is a map I've created just on Google Maps. I'm not a cartographer by any means, but all of the different discussions I've been able to read and find in books and historical archival work, I've been able to track down different and various battles and through the theater of war from 1650 on to even after the Great Peace Treaty of Montreal in 1701. The Mississaugas had fought with the Seneca and around Buffalo after that time period. So even though there was peace made, they were still warring at that time period, right? So the final push came in, some say the 1680s, 1690s, but I mean, the United Anishinaabe nations and others had come to fight back, and they had pushed up from Lake Huron, down from Manitoba-Nis, and reached around to the Severn River. So a lot going on right there and right down there. Some had went through the Kawartha, some had went up through the Ottawa River and French River areas, also down through the Toronto Portage, and even on east side of Lake Simcoe, down on this side to where Rouge Valley and Don River Valley is in Toronto, also known as Minising at that time period. So I like to read, I like to investigate, I like to find a lot of stories and things like that relating to my First Nation. The Reverend Alan Salt, in his journals, had wrote a lot about Chimnasing, wrote a lot about Wissahickon, and as well as a little bit about Lake of the Woods and down in Muncie too, where he had settled. He wrote different stories from the people at that time period regarding origin stories, regarding the wars with the Nodaway, and other little tidbits on medicines and things like that. One of these passages, so I want to read to you, which I thought was really neat because it kind of sheds a light, because all the time that we hear about the wars with the Nodaway, we're reminded in historical references about the chiefs who fought and rallied and gathered everybody to the cause. So here's a story that he received from John Meneg of Chimnasing. It appears that the last raid by the Ojibwe settled the matter with the Confederated Iroquois. It was caused in the following manner. 2 young Ojibwe brothers, while getting birch bark for a canoe, were murdered and scalped. A sister of the murdered brothers took it so much at heart that she caused her father to leave her on a certain rocky island. There she fasted, and it is said 10 days. seeking for some revelation from the skies. Her desire was given in the following way. A man from the skies appeared to the Ojibwe virgin. On his shoulder was a wampum belt. On his shoulder was a wampum belt. He said to the nearly famished virgin, "You are poor and cruelly treated. I am sent down to reveal to you what to do that you may destroy your enemies that are so cruel to your people. Make a wampum belt like mine and send it to the chief whose name is," and then there's a blank within the description, no name for the chief, at Ojibwe Gitchigonik, or Lake Superior. He will be your head war chief. Let him send the wampum to all your sort and make ready for he will be your head, or make ready for a simultaneous raid next summer, south and east. Whenever your warriors come to any village of your enemies, you must make the whoop I tell you of. Let all your warriors make the same whoop after you, immediately attacking your enemies. That whoop will render your enemies powerless. So the virgin did as things were revealed to her, and the Ojibways and the allies, Nopaming, the Jungining, Algonquin, the Dawas, Bodawatamis, and Menominee made towards the country of the Iroquois, and whenever they came to a village of their enemies, the virgin leader would make the certain whoop, followed by our enemies, giving no quarter. Thus they did all along the eastern shore and south shore of Georgian Bay and to Lake Simcoe. So here's a story that talks about not only our women, but our young women, and the importance and the values within ceremony, fasting, and trying to amalgamate our people together. Anybody ever heard that story before? No? Pretty neat, eh? Oh, so here we have a birch bark etching, a picture that was done by Jonathan York of the Battle of Lake Couchiching. The birch bark etching itself is in the ROM, the Royal Ontario Museum down in Toronto. But within this description, Peter York, Jonathan York, and many others from Rama were recorded in 1915 on the stories of their community. And within that, Peter York was said and recorded about the Beaver Wars, or the wars with the Haudenosaunee, that the war took place in the wintertime. They fought on Lake Couchiching, and the lake was full of Indians. When the fight began, an Ojibwe in command was a girl who led the warriors. When the Mohawks saw them coming, they said, "We'll have fun now." When the Ojibways came very close, the girl who led gave out a big yell, and all the Mohawks fell down on their knees, hands and knees, and tried to crawl away. But the Ojibwe warriors killed every one of them that they could find. So another kind of addition to that earlier story with what Peter York had stated. There was two Peter Yorks. There was another Peter York previous to this, probably this Peter York's uncle, who was part of Mosley First Nation, was a boat builder, and he had lived around Collingwood area, Meaford, and so forth, and was known to the folks around there. That's another story for another time, though. So we have these different stories that start from the 1870s and in the 20th century, and then we carry on to Wissahickon, where Mary Sukdup had given a description to a man named Diamond Jeunesse, who was there in Wissahickon in the 1920s, taking down stories and getting information for the government. So Mary has stated regarding this time period in the Beaver Wars, girls who obtained visions during the periods of seclusion sometimes gained considerable influence in their bands, particularly if the vision seemed to call for participations in warfare and to promise them victory in battle. The forefathers of the Prairie Islanders followed such women leaders with alacrity, believing that they enjoyed the twofold power, the mysterious power inherent in all women, and the special supernatural power they derived from their visions. At the time of the wars with the Mohawks, a young girl named Odabadaj went into seclusion. There she dreamed that she had heard Grandmother Moon say to her, my granddaughter, you shall establish peace throughout this wide land." She gave the girl 2 brooms and added, "With one of these brooms you shall sweep up all the dirt. Leave the other at home, for you will need it in the ages to come. Now follow me. I will show you the wide land that you must clean up." The girl followed her invisible guide, whose voice alone she could hear, and then visited all the Indian camps scattered throughout the country. At certain camps, Grandmother Moon said to her, "These are the troublemakers whom you must sweep away." She then conveyed to the girl that her wigwam, and to go back to her wigwam, and told her that after 4 days she would die, and 4 days later would come to life again. 4 days later, the girl died. As she lay in her wigwam dead, she saw all the harm that the troublemakers were inflicting on her people. She saw the Mohawks and their allies destroying her countrymen and roasting little babies alive. She felt a call to lead the warriors to victory, to sweep away all the pestilent Mohawks with her broom. The Grandmother Moon visited her again and said, "You are only sleeping and dreaming of the misery your countrymen endure at the hands of the troublemakers. Now go forth in secret and warn the people that all the Manados throughout the land have summoned you to lead them to victory and peace. Call the chief of the water serpents, the boss of the serpents, that guard the buffaloes. He will come to your aid." The girl told her parents of her vision, and her parents announced it to their countrymen, who gathered together a war party. She then summoned that water serpent and heard his voice asking, "What is it you want?" "The Mohawks and their allies are destroying our people and intended to exterminate all our bands," she replied. "The great Manados have therefore decreed that they shall be swept away, and that victory and peace shall follow our arms. Go forth and proclaim the news that we are about to drive our enemies from the country." "That is what I wish also, something to devour," said the water serpent as he sped away in fury. The path that he and his fellow serpents traveled became a mighty torrent that flooded a portion of the land and gave the canoes of the Ojibwe quick transit to their enemies. Some of the Mohawks met them on the water, but the great serpents overturned their canoes and drowned them. At Rama, and again near Toronto, the Mohawks attempted to make a stand. Their thunder held at bay the thunder of the Ojibwe, and killed many warriors until the chief water serpent attacked and destroyed it from beneath the earth. Then the Mohawks retreated eastward as fast as they could travel, and the Ojibwe pursued them. At last, the girl commanded the water serpent to retire and remain quiet. Had she not done so, all the Mohawks would have been destroyed. So that was from Mary Sugdup and Diamond Janess's The Ojibwe of Perry Islands and Their Social and Religious Life. So here we have many stories about these wonderful young girls helping in the aid of the Anishinaabeg, helping gather as many people as they could in times of war to help their families and their loved ones from being destroyed. I thought that was pretty neat. I thought that's something that needs to be added to this story when referencing the use of wampum and how those visions were in fact needed at that time period in times of strife. So carrying on into after the wars and after the final push, so to speak, of the Haudenosaunee down to New York State now, we had those belts presented and sent from the Haudenosaunee to the Anishinaabeg Nation and at Michilimackinac in about 1690. There was 8 belts sent up there, and Anishinaabeg at that time refused them, and one of them was that Gidonagana, or the dish. And as well, that dish is referenced within the belt at Minjikaning and also at the credit. I don't want to talk too much on that right now, as we're going to discuss it here in a little bit. That was my time. All right, 11:26, we're doing good. Everybody all right? I'm not putting everybody to sleep, eh? Sometimes I like to talk to my elders at like 9 in the morning, and then we get rolling, and then I put them to sleep for 11 o'clock. So the earlier pictures was that was John Buck and John Smoke Johnson. John Buck was one of the wampum carriers who had not only this belt and interpretation of this belt, but others too as well. So in 1701, we had the Great Peace of Montreal. This is one of the first documents, clerk's copy. It doesn't show the original handwritten diagrams or totems of those folks. I had visited this place a couple of years ago on my way to New Brunswick with my family. I always wanted to see it, Point Callier. and try to, after reading different books and things like that on the Great Peace, it was nice to be in the presence of that area in Old Town. So pretty neat. So that truce had happened at 1701. Many agreements were made through many different nations, not just the Ojibwe and Potawatomi and Mohawk and Seneca, but there was other folks there from all over the Great Lakes and beyond. These are just some of the belts that have been discussed, and Alan has discussed them, and even Brian will be here tomorrow, and he'll be discussing a lot of it too as well. So, just moving on from that, the descriptions of the belt were made at that council in 1940, and Yellowhead has stated that at the Credit River, the council was held. It was a council of many nations, and renewal of truce and peace between nations was reflected within this belt. Wampum, Peter Jones at that time period had recorded the documents of the meeting minutes, and what's interesting is that during this time period, we see those meeting minutes uncovered with his posthumous book, The History of Ojibwe Indians and Their Special Conversion to Christianity, in about 1860. And as well as he had rough notes that were in the archives of two separate notes, and as well as his anecdotal notes that describe the belt as well, and other things, many other stories and tidbits and things like that. But what I found from reviewing them is that they're all a little different. Even though he was referencing John Smoke Johnson, I think he references him. He has two different notes for him in his notes, and sometimes it's the same as the book. Yellowhead is written, and Yellowhead's speech isn't published. And as well as in the anecdotal book, it's almost like his combination of what he had heard, right? So I'm going to go through that, and I'm going to share that with you. Time permits. Yeah, we're good. But what Yellowhead stated was that that at that meeting, he said the wampum was about, well, this is Peter Jones's words of his rendition. The wampum was about 3 feet long and 4 inches wide. It had a narrow white wampum in the center, running from one end to the other, and the representations of wigwams every now and then, and a large round wampum tied nearly in the middle of the belt with a representation of the sun in the center. Yellowhead stated that the belt was given to the Nodways to the Ojibwe many years ago, about the time the French first came to this country. So, kind of description for those that don't know about the belt. So we have a description, or we have a remake on this side, and there's been other remakes too as well. Those diamonds have been understood to be the council fire too. And then we have my little sketch I made right here. It was a preliminary drawing, I guess, watercolor for another project, but I didn't get the commission, so I ended up gifting it to Brian Charles too as well. So as we say, we see those council fires. So we have that first mark, even though on the belt it doesn't state that the crane was represented on the belt, but we know from historical references that they have held the area at Boating for many, many generations. So, and we have Manitomanis, and then down in Penetanguishene out of the fire, Minjikaning over here where Rama is in Aurelia, and the sun, and as well as the credit. So when this happened, this meeting happened, the folks were from Beausoleil, were living at Beausoleil Island at this time period. They had just moved there. And then those ones at the credit had been at the credit for quite some time. But when you look at the different routes of passage, that Toronto portage or that Toronto carrying place going from Georgian Bay through the Severn down to Minjikaning, down Lake Simcoe and into the Hollands and Cooks Bay and the Hollands River, you carry over to the Humber. And so that Humber River takes you all the way down into Lake Ontario. So I always wonder, like, did you just name it that council fire because the folks were there? Was the Humber River council fire at one time too? Or even the Don River? But yeah, more research will be required on that. So here we have an image of Boating or Sault Ste. Marie at this time period. And Yellowhead states that the council was held at Sault Ste. Marie. But then again, that the fire was lit up at Boating. Yeah, sorry, I'm just making sure I got my notes. So as we can see, firstly, the council fire at Sault Ste. Marie with no emblem. So it's carried on. So when you see RN in these slides, that's the rough notes. First rough notes, second rough notes. One of the rough notes was Yellowhead's speech. The other one was John Smoke Johnson. And then that's John Smoke Johnson in Ojibwe history too as well. So that second council fire was at Manitowomanis. This is Manitou or Manitowaning or Manitowaj. And there, that reference of that beautiful white fish or that pure white fish was placed by the council fire to watch over the council fires. Now, I don't know whereabouts some of these council fires were at this time period, or even prior when the Haudenosaunee had placed these council fires on the belt and discussed them, right? Because our people were all over and always settling and always moving. So some of the work that I've been trying to do is try to identify where some of these places have been. Now, it's hard for me to do things so far up north because, a lot of my work has been down south, right? And Kawarthas and Saugeen and just right up to Wasauksing and then down a little bit towards the Credit. So there's that image was from Manitowaning back in 1836. I got from the Siganak Museum this past summer, and some pictures I took while I was there at the Manitoulin Treaty Gathering there earlier this year, and as well as at the powwow from Wikwemikong. I took that image, so that Manitowaj, that could have been a place, but who's to say that Shigwenda Bay wasn't, or others? Like there's a lot of history at Shigwenda, right? There's a lot of archaeological evidence that happened there, and our people have been here for quite some time and leave traces all over. So who knows? So moving forward down to that White Beaver, third council fire spot in southern Georgian Bay, and going back to Sagard too, as well as referencing those Algonquins on Bosley Island. Within this, the first renditions, when Yellowhead talks about it, they just mentioned the beaver to watch the fire. What John Smoke Johnson talks about is he says the emblem of the beaver placed at an island on Penetanguishene Bay denotes wisdom, that all our acts of our fathers were done in wisdom. And Yellowhead presented as well as the third council fire placed at an island opposite Penetanguishene Bay. So it's like, these discussions I've had with Alan and others, like where was the council fire in our territory, and asking our elders, like, do you guys know anything about this? And some can tell a little bit, but not as much as needed. So where was it? Peter Jones mentions in his anecdotal book, he states a white beaver placed by the council fire at Penetanguishene. This beaver denotes pure wisdom. That is, all their acts were done in the form of wisdom. So this is the only section where it denotes that there was that white beaver there, because as you see, all of them are white, right? And that purity of white has been known throughout our ancestors and ourselves for many generations. So here we have a picture of Matchadash Bay, Chimney Sing, Beckwith, Hope Island, Giant's Tomb, and Bosley Island as well. The bay itself was called Sturgeon Bay by our people. In the past, it was called Glucouser Bay as well as Matchadash Bay. But within the description of Magazine Island, it's right here, and that's where the fort at Penetanguishene used to be, and now it's called Discovery Harbor. Another island opposite the bay was Whiskey Island too as well. Pretty small islands. Here's an image by George Russell Dartnell in 1836 of the barracks at Penetanguishene coming in from Matchadash Bay. He was in the area for a little bit and did a lot of watercolors and pencil drawings. Another one from Mary Hallen in the 1850s from Magazine Island, showing Penetanguishene at that time period. She did a lot of landscape work in the territory. And so this is a picture I took about 7 years ago of Discovery Harbor, so it kind of gives a good idea. I was just there about a month ago for their Halloween festival over there. It's pretty good. So you get an idea of the place, right? Sense of place, because was this a place where they had that fire? When you look at it, it looks really small, and not a lot of people would be able to be situated on this little island. So this image of Magazine Island was taken possibly in the early 20th century, maybe even before that. It was published in the pioneer papers of Simcoe County, and it was accompanied by a passage that stated, Magazine Island, originally Beaver Island of the Ojibwe Indians, was first named Dobson's Isle by the British military authorities in honor of Midshipman Dobson, who, under Colonel Worsley, was one of the prominent actors in the capture of the American gunboats Scorpion and Tigress in 1814. It's too bad that they didn't name it Siganox Island, because he was instrumental in those battles too as well, and retaking of those gunships. So yeah, what else they go on in the pioneer papers is that this place is also a mini graveyard. There was about 3 people that died at that time period during the occupation of the British. They had a powder magazine on there, and as well as Anishinaabe Kwe, who passed away there after getting presents too as well in early 1830s. So, I mean, this is post too as well, Penetanguishene Treaty. So there's the other spot, Bosley Island. Now the area of the fire is the place now known as Camp Kitchikawana by YMCA, and is operated by Parks Canada. Here, a lot of archaeological work has been done in the past, dating back probably about, I think, 4,000 years. Recently they found different copper works there. There was another dig last month, which I attended a couple of days on to visit. But when doing my work on this island and trying to, find a little bit more history of my family and Chimnasing, and as well as others, and I went by many names, like most people, most places, right? So the first name was Skian Dekarian by the Wendat, and it was labeled in 1660 on a map, first labeled at that time period. The second name was known, I don't have it on here, was Prince William Henry Island. Prince William Henry was the brother of George III, and he was the Duke of Gloucester in Edinburgh. So that's where Gloucester Bay comes from too as well. And as well as Bosley Island, who was named after Louis Bosley, who had come to the area from Drummond Island in 1819, and he stayed there a short little bit and then left and settled on Penetanguishene. His kids went to the Coldwater School in the 1830s as well. But how long he stayed there and what structures he had there is really unknown. It's just stated briefly in history. It's not really in our history too much. It just was referenced as Bosley, and it was spelled B-O-S-L-E-Y in some documentation. Second is Balmandinagog, or Balmandinagogé. And this description comes from the Anishinaabe that were living there at the time period, Chief Assens, as well with his interpreter at the time period, Mr. Nanagishkung, Joseph B. Nanagishkung, had written a letter to Chief Snake discussing how to get together because of the issues they were having with the government. They weren't getting presents, they weren't getting a lot of their issues regarding Lands and Williams Treaty attended to. There's a lot of back and forth. But the letter itself was written in Anishinaabe, and then there was a translation in English. But within that one in Anishinaabe, they had titled the name of the island. And then later documentation, they had also titled the name of the village too as well, where Assens was at. And then we have Balmandonagok, which was a name given by Bosley First Nation member Levi Simons in about 1939, and was published in a book regarding Midland, a story of the early pioneers, or Midland and her pioneers. And when he interpreted this word, he said it was an island in the center of a big channel, a shelter and protection from the open sea. So with that first name, that Wendat name, it states the land appeared floating afar, a stretch of land looming up in the distance over the lake, just as on a calm, sultry day, an island on the horizon seems to hang in midair over the surface of the water. So most of us have seen those illusions from looking in Georgian Bay, right? Looks like there's, it's a ghost almost, ghost island. And as well as, yeah. And the other one is Epinmindagok, I think that's how it says. I was trying to find the source for this, and I just recently found it, and it came from Chimnasing Elder back in the late 90s, early 2000s, named Merle Assens Beatty. This is the name that she had given. So the last name was something that I had discussed with Dr. Corbiere, and he says it almost sounds like Bimadina, or that ridge, that ridge extending along. So that last prefix, that gok, is something that we don't know. Now it's in different names in our people and different place names, Minikognishin, Kulpagog, and other things like that. You would think back to porcupine or raven or something like that, but it's really hard to describe because it doesn't seem like it's a description of a location, place name. So here's an image of the southeastern corner. Can't really see it too well, but of Beausoleil Island. So you see that ridge extending along as you come out from Matchedash Bay. And some other parts. There's a Thumb Point where Giant's Chair is, and it's a very beautiful place for those that haven't been there. It is a park right now. Hopefully we'll get co-management of it someday, as it's a lot of trails, a lot of history, a lot of nice little lake up the front, 2 lakes. So that 4th fire had been chickening, as we know, had been there for years, where that white reindeer tribe had been. Now, when Simcoe had come through the area in 1793, he makes reference a meeting with Chief Kanice. After he gets into Cook's Bay, he makes reference on his way back a meeting with Greatstale. And during that time period, Chief Kanice had passed away too as well on his way to Matchedash. But as he traveled north on Lake Simcoe, he doesn't really mention a village at Minjickaning, but he does make note of those folks growing crops on the islands, like Chief's Island, Grape Island, and those ones, planting corn and such. But they utilize those islands for a long time, people from Minjickaning. So that they placed that white reindeer at that council fire. So some images of that area and how time has changed. There's a picture and postcard from 1920, another photograph from 1925 of the swing bridge at the Narrows. Also an aerial photograph from probably circa 1970. Doesn't really describe on the postcard itself or on the photograph itself, as well as 1975 of the area. And it kind of gives you an idea of the place, right? And another image, present image. Right on there, I usually take my kids fishing. Catch a lot of perch, good perch feast. And then an interpretive sign just on the west side of that swing bridge. So at that place, they talk about, how their fathers had hung up the sun and said that the sun should be witness to all what had been done, and that when any of their descendants saw the sun, they might remember the acts of their forefathers. So always recognizing and discussing this truce that had happened at this time period and carrying it on into the future. Now, I know last year there was a big gathering down at Crawford Lake, which many had attended. I don't know if anybody in this room attended, but I heard it was pretty good. The talks with those Haudenosaunee leaders and talk about the truce, and the belts were there and ceremony was had. I was invited to go, but I forget what I had happening at that time period. I think I was in baseball championships with my kids. I coached 2 baseball teams with my kids, so it keeps me quite busy in the summertime and in September. So obligation number 1. And some images that I painted of the Narrows too as well in the past. So it's an image of the Credit River from about late 1820s when the log homes were being built and church was being built and they were implementing schools. With this one, the interpretations between the 4 documented papers from Jones is pretty much the same. Not too much change. It just talks about that white eagle being placed at the mouth of the Credit and to watch council fire on both sides of the lake. An eagle representing strength and swiftness and keen eyesight, and to carry those messages to both parties, especially if the snake had attended any of the council fires. So some of these, I just keep showing this image of what is to be Yellowhead. This is a new image that has come out online, whether it says his name on the bottom. I'd never personally seen photos of Yellowhead. He had passed away in 1864, and there was a drawing done of him, but some people say that it was his nephew, Isaac. So like I said, in those places at that time period, of 1770, 1775, 84 of the documented villages. Now, when we look at maps like this done by other folks, meaning back in the 80s, 90s, 2000s or whatnot, there's still a lot more to uncover. There's still a lot of archaeological reports that haven't been shared. Still a lot more information that could be shared. But when they're described in the 1730s, 40s, 50s, all these ones here were described as Mississauga and Anishinaabe, right? And later on, we get these titles. Even up into the late 1820s, they're still described as Mississauga and Anishinaabe. And then ones that match Dash as Ojibwe. So we get these titles from Wimtagosh and Jognosh. And also William Cowan's post up there too as well. Those that don't know, George Cowan, sorry. He had a trading post in Matchedash and after 1764 and had lived there until early 1806 until he passed away on a shipwreck. And worked with the Anishinaabe up there and traded at Michilimackinac. Almost done. So we have the genealogy that Thomas Schilling shares from that time at Lake Simcoe. So Nagike was the first chief on Lake Simcoe. His son Oshkabewis was the war chief who made war with the Mohawk. Minda Maness was the third chief, son of Oshkabewis, and he had and the Mohawk came to him and gave him peaceable possession of the lake. I don't know how they could do that. They just eradicated them and send them on their way, right? They come back with the wampum bell saying, "You can have the lake." No, I don't think that happened. It's just different interpretation. Then we have Oyabekwe, son of the third chief, who was not a chief. And then we have Manitowain, the son of Oyabekwe, who was not a chief as well. And then we have Nibinonquit, also known as Big Shilling, who was the son of Manitowain. So it kind of gives an idea of the Schilling family. And Nibinonquit became a sub-chief at Ramatu as well in the 1830s and 40s. They had a lot of chiefs there, a lot of sub-chiefs, kind of a division between the Methodists and the Anglicans at that time period with Yellowhead and Nagishkung butting heads over a lot of issues. So a little bit on that family line again. So a little bit of translation I've done and tried to understand. More research is required. Minda Maness could be like the good hawthorn berry. I know that name, Maness, is in different communities throughout. Or it could be Mindamanens. I don't know if that's how you say little corn, though. Yeah, and those other Wabigon. Wabigon could be clay, too, as well, or the earth. Manitowayan or spirit hide, and Nibinonquit, summer cloud. So Yellowhead's family line that Thomas Schilling interprets. He talks about Wataseyani. Being a chief who came from Montreal. And then he had a son named Bajike. And Bajike was made chief by the French, according to Thomas Schilling. And then Bajike had a son named Wazal Windabe. Or no, had a brother named Wazal Windabe. And Wazal Windabe was made a war chief by the British after the Indian Wars, 1750. And then we have Kines, who was the second son, and also Bajike, and he had he was the first. And Thomas Schilling says he was the first to sell land to the British. So when looking up this, I'm trying to figure out, okay, what did he sell? Because we talk about the Collins Purchase Treaty, and there was no names on there. So I'm digging back and forth, and I'm looking at the Gunshot Treaty and the Johnson-Butler treaties, and in there's the name that says Nice. So he could possibly be that other chief because the British, when they wrote things, they obviously wrote them wrong at different time periods. And then we have, who is that? And Nagishkung, who was son of Kines. And then Miskwaki, the third war chief, son of Wazal Windabe or Ozawa Windabe. And Meo Asano, or William Yellowhead, son of Miskwaki. So what's not in there is Chief Gradesale or Ningosimonin. Monowin. Chief Ningosson is labeled on the Penetangwishing Purchase, both treaties in the provisional agreement in 1795 and as well as 1798. So whether he's the father of Thomas Nanagishkun is unknown at this time period. And so Joseph Benson Nanagishkun was the last chief at Rama prior to the Indian Act elections coming into force in, I do believe, the 1890s. And then Yellowhead's line was Indabe Ozawa Indabe had Meskwaki, and I think that would be Ake Badwewe. I think that's how you would pronounce it. I'm not too sure in the translation. That name was recorded from Cowan, George Cowan, in 1796. And then Meskwaki's son, William Yellowhead. One thing to note regarding William Yellowhead, and that I've found throughout my research, and I've gone through a lot of documentation, thousands upon thousands, William Yellowhead was never referenced as Meskwaki in any government correspondence throughout his lifetime. He always had his other Anishinaabe names, Meo Wasano, and almost like Waza Windabe or Waza Wasano, something like that. But it was never say Meskwaki. It always said William Yellowhead. I know other scholars have stated, well, when you're describing the two, Yellowhead spelt in one word is the sun, and Yellowhead spelled with two words is Meskwaki. So, that doesn't jive in the 1830s because William Yellowhead had his name spelled both ways as well, separately and altogether. So, just something to look more into, I guess, because posthumously they just start to describe him in the 20th century as Meskwaki as well. And there's no really reference as that third grandfather of Ozawa Indabe. So the death of William Yellowhead happened in 1864. He was about, they say 100 years old at that time period. He was, according to the census records, he could have been about 103, 104 years old. And at that time of his passing, there was, or after his passing, there was that transfer of metals. So that's something we haven't discussed. That transfer of metals from chief to chief that was needed at this time period and in the years past throughout the Chippewas of Lake Huron and Simcoe. When Chief Joseph Nanagishkan requested the medal, they had wanted to get it back from Chief Yellowhead. And so he had sent and employed George Young, another chief, to visit Yellowhead's widow, Elizabeth Yellowhead. And she had stated that she deposited the old chief's medal and wampum inside the old chief's coffin with the corpse. But she had two more medals in her possession, which she was not willing to deliver to the tribe. So she was keeping them for herself. So she talks about the wampum. There's only a few descriptions besides the 1840 meeting where Yellowhead talks about his belt in the early 1830s, but through history and through this recognition, I do believe that he was buried with this belt. And that's why we can't really find a proper rendition of it. So yeah, so it's kind of Yellowhead's house on the map, and then where he was buried at St. James Church in Aurelia, and also his house was just to the east or west of that area, and that's St. James today. So previously, here, let me go back. So that's where you can see the grave markers in the front, and this was from 1850s, right? So you had a lot of where his grave is now, nobody really knows. They say it was moved at the time in the 1890s when they built this church and tore the other one down. Some people say he wasn't moved, some people say he was. But yeah, I know that in the last couple of years, they've documented the tunnels underneath Aurelia. I always think that they're going to run into these graves that are all around this area. I'm like, what are you guys doing, man? But yeah, other than that, that's the end of my presentation. So, miigwech, I appreciate y'all. I know I ran over time, but I'm always yakking. I don't know if that was a lot to retain. I know it's just a little bit of our stories from down south that I wanted to share, and I've been watching this throughout the years, and every year it's been awesome to see all the different presenters and speakers come up. But I must say, I probably am the sweatiest one. I sweat in a snowstorm, guys. Is there any questions? Anybody have any questions at this time period, or was I? Everybody's hungry, eh? Wisnada. Oh yeah.
Where do you find this? Sorry, where do you find the sources for all of these stories? Like, do you search archives? Are there books published?
I've gone through everything, from books to archives to talking in community. A lot of it's been through the archival record, though. Like I said earlier, when we were going through the Coldwater Narrows Treaty in 2012, around that area, like I had no information or knew anything about it, so I started to research a little bit more and more, and finding reports and finding published articles or materials. And, I mean, the first thing that came across my mind at that time is like, what else aren't they telling me? I'm reading this and I know it's short, but what else aren't they telling me? So I go back to the references and try to search out the references, whether they're online or whether they're in museums and so forth, and try to figure out what they didn't tell us, especially when it came to that treaty and other treaties too as well, within the Williams Treaty too as well in 2018. So it's been a long road, but I like to read, I like to dig, I like to find, and I like to share. I mean, a lot of our elders from Chimising have been passing away a lot, in our language speakers. And I was fortunate enough, when I worked at the band, to be able to share some of this information when I found it with them, and to try to figure it all out, because we lose a lot. We lose a library every time one of our elders passes away, and it's pretty intimidating being in a room full of elders today. I'm like, where are all the kids? No. So miigwech for being. Any other questions? Oh. Mind blown? Too much? I always talk more. Oh, miigwech. Miigwech to the organizers too, Wawin Damalgawan 1850 group, and as well as Laurentian, Dominic, Earl, and everybody else. I truly appreciate coming up here and sharing a little bit what I know. So, miigwech. Alex.
All right, so if we can give a big hand to Clayton, thank you very much. So we're going to break for 10 minutes. Lunch is being served at the back, and then I think we're going to reconvene while we're eating. Is that correct? For Natasha? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to break for 10 minutes for you guys to get some lunch at the back, and then we're going to come back, and Natasha Gerlami is going to give a presentation. Thank you.
you.
Move it. It looks portable.
Okay. I think it's good like that. Yeah, it's gonna be perfect. Thank you. Where's the man? Oh, he's coming. We need him to come here.
No, I work for Robinson Ceremonial.
Okay.
I have to do cultural stuff too. I told Peter I would get paid extra.
The guy has to be in the middle. What do you think?
Right. The guy is in the middle, surrounded by all the women.
Okay, it's gonna be.
I think there's more people coming here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's wait for them.
Yeah.
She needs help maybe? Okay, the glasses. Oh yeah. See? You're up content.
We started a trend. It's called leadership.
No, I'm waiting for them. I'm taking from Sean for my team.
Squeeze in close together.
Okay, we're gonna squeeze in. Maybe we gotta move down. Move down a little bit, maybe, or no?
I think this angle is better.
One more. You want us to move the podium some more? Yeah, move the podium some more. You might have to just get it over that wire, but.
Okay.
There we go.
Well, now it's gonna be. Thank you very much.
Oh, that food smells good. It does. Need another thing. There we go. Not even those cookies. Not sweets. You've been eating in the morning or all morning? Oh, I ate morning. I ate. Yeah, it's not. That's funny. I know I had a bagel and then I came here and there was a full breakfast. Like, I have a little bit. I didn't have any of the snack though. So yeah, I'm gonna. It smells too good. Actually, I'm glad I got the weather. I didn't think I was cold until I put it on. Like, I'm cold, by the way. No, so I run a leadership program for students. And students that are excuse me. I didn't notice. I don't think they did. They gave a gift. Yeah.
You would give someone the first, is he the first speaker? So yeah, I think they did give it, yeah. I saw a bag and yes, and he said, oh, look at the bag. They did give it, oh, yes, yes, yes. Anyway, and I was trying to encourage my whole semester, like next, you're gonna have like a director and Eagles and I'm trying to about 30 students in last year's school and this year's school. I'm trying to type some. So I'm having a mark out, but also that's okay. That's okay. It's money. It's still a whole afternoon, right? We'll see how. I need to understand. I don't approve, but. Right? So I try to. How about you? Are you organizing or?
No, I didn't actually.
Yes, library archives. Yeah, no. So I talked about it. Okay. Not that we- Yeah. Okay. So the third one, I look forward to it. All right.
Yeah, Alan's,
But no. It sounds like you're trying to find a solution. Right? Again, I'm trying to.
And,
Oh, I think I just.
see picture on it, you know, it's right. But when I ready from the bottom of the sweater, same picture.
What dance?
All right.
And. And I. Conference where. Well, I don't know. But that was my solution. Cut it down. Have people learn and that way they find their intervention. I've been here for a very long time, like 20 years of work. I did my master's here before, but I'm so we're gonna get some lunch. Good luck.
also have NICLA, which is the respectful, and it has a respectful terminology project. And what NICLA is doing is it's consulting with communities across Canada to see what language they would like used to describe their communities as well as their knowledge. Their project is to create an open online platform that will enable a dynamic, multilingual set of terminologies that can be applied to Indigenous peoples, places, heritage, tradition, and knowledge and culture. And we actually have a librarian here who will be working on that project and language that we could use going forward to describe our resources. Also coming out of one of the recommendations is that we seek direction from communities on proper protocols regarding access and care and their culturally sensitive records that we hold in our library and archives. And just as some examples, this one is at Lethbridge University, and it's the Blackfoot Digital Library. And they have a set of protocols where they insist that material won't be put up digitally if it includes pictures of sacred objects, and they have a group of elders that they consult with in order to provide information and background and to know how to proceed. The Misquim Online Mapping Portal actually asks people before they look at resources to accept a set of terms of use. And so what they're doing here is they're suggesting that material needs to be kept in context and needs to be used in respectful ways. So before you can even look at the material, you have to click on accept. And what you're accepting is that these materials are part of the Musqueam heritage and are to be treated with respect. No part of this application may be cited, reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted without express written permission from the band. So they're just putting parameters around how material can be used to ensure that it's used in respectful ways as we go forward. And the last thing that I wanted to mention was space and interface design. By interface design, I mean, what does it look like when we go online for material? So Deborah Lee, who has done a lot of work on decolonizing and indigenizing of libraries, describes one of the challenges encountered in creating a virtual library. She said, a second challenge presented itself, that is to develop a new structure for organizing the categories or subject headings of a database or virtual library, the Indigenous Studies portal, of Aboriginal related materials managed by the author. The reason for this was that several Aboriginal users of this online research tool had commented that the homepage with all of its categories looked too linear, too Eurocentric, and as a result presented somewhat of a barrier to its use. And it reminds me similarly of someone who came into the library and self-identified to me as Cree and said, this library really looks like a library for a white man. Which had me thinking about how do we have space and how do we have designs of our website and our tools in the library that can be used by Indigenous students. And so this is the result of Deborah Lee's work, which is that you actually do have on the side, you know, a linear organization, but the turtle itself, and you can click on the different parts of it in order to also access the information. So it's providing multiple ways of organizing information on an online portal. Decolonizing the library and moving forward. There are things that we are involved in, which is rethinking the language that's being used, contributing to the Respectful Terminology project. There are also things that we can do in our library and teaching. So when we think about how do we teach students to cite, we can put an emphasis on teaching them how to cite elder and knowledge keepers information. We can teach them how to evaluate sources. And when we talk about experts, that we don't just simply talk about academics, but also talk about elder knowledge in our evaluation tools. So there's many things that we can do in the library. And we have already been given these recommendations from the Canadian Federation of Library Associations. We'll also need to move forward doing some consultation so that we can rethink the ways in which we have space in the library, we have online tools, and we have language and organization that respects Indigenous knowledge going forward. Thank you. No. Yes.
Have somewhere on our website where access to that are referencing elders, or including Indigenous. Thanks. I'll start again. Do we have somewhere on our website, or do the students have access, or faculty members have access to how to reference properly for Indigenous elders, or even various other forms of Indigenous knowledge?
Yeah, so we're actually just now moving to a new website. Thank you for that question. And so one of the things that I'm doing right now as I review the content is looking for that, and will ensure that like citing Indigenous knowledge keepers and elders are some of the examples that we have up on our website. Yes, Earl.
I know you can't talk about some of the stuff that you said you weren't going to talk about, but I can.
But you can.
For those of you here, Laurentian University has, by Justice Hennessy, been given the authority to house all the proceedings from all the court cases from stage 1, stage 2, and possibly parts of stage 3. The challenge we have is how do we make it meaningfully available? And this is the work that she is doing. We think it should be in First Nations easily access. We think there has to be definitely protocols for First Nations to share what they want to share, and those things they don't want to share with everybody else. And I think this is the challenge that we face. My former life, I was a librarian. And I met and I know Brian Deere personally and got introduced to that system. And I think over the years, there was a network of Indigenous librarians across the country that kind of like grappled and wrestled with the Library of Congress and their system for cataloging. And I think overall, what you're seeing, though, is respect. Respect for who we are, respect for how we look at the world, respect for how we want to be recognized. And I think this is where your work is quite essential to that. And I guess my question to you would be, is Laurentian University changing their library system as a result? Will you be implementing some of those other systems in your way of dealing with the Robinson-Huron litigation data that comes under your mandate? Will you work with some of our institutions to help you do that? I know it's a loaded question. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Earl. So we have just begun the conversations. May I mention? Yes, the university librarian is here with us. Danielle Denis, and she met with Dominic to start the conversations because I think one of the things that we would like to do going forward is, if we're going, I can certainly point to some of the challenges that we find in our library by applying, you know, what I have learned from other Indigenous librarians. What we would like to do is consult so that the solutions we find work with our Indigenous students and faculty faculty here. So we've started those conversations. As for the repository, the work that we've done over the last year has been to build, as you know, the steering committee, and the steering committee was created with the intention of making sure that there were Anishinaabe people guiding that project, so that the way that it was organized, the project was given a set of protocols from elders and chiefs, and so we have to ensure that those protocols are followed. And so that steering committee is intended, going forward, to ensure that those protocols are followed properly, and that the material remains, not just that we create the repository, but that it remains accessible to Indigenous peoples going forward, right? So that it's preserved and accessible, and that we maintain that. So those are some of the things that we're currently doing. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's so beautiful.
So much. Thank you. So our next presentation is going to be the Supreme Court of Canada Decision and Impact on the Going Forward Negotiations. It's going to be presented by Daniel McCoy, who is an Anishinaabe lawyer from Patachawana First Nations, currently working as an associate at Nawagaubao, Corbiere, Gentna Magai, Barristers and Solicitors, where he represents First Nations in governance and Indigenous treaty and rights litigation. Mr. McCoy is also active in community governance, contributing to Indigenous legal advocacy and cultural presentation. He's going to join us virtually. Please welcome Daniel McCoy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. I hope you can all hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you, Daniel.
Excellent. So I do have a short presentation here. I'm just going to put that up onto the screen. So good afternoon, everyone, and as was mentioned, my name is Daniel McCoy. I'm from Patachawana First Nation, and I'm an associate lawyer at Nawagaubao here. I'm one of the lawyers that works on the legal team in the annuities case. I'm here to talk a little bit about the Supreme Court of Canada's recent decision, as well as what impact that may have on the go-forward negotiations. When I do these presentations, I always like to start by acknowledging the broader legal team that's involved in the annuities case. It is a large team that's led by David Narvajo from my firm, as well as Diane Corbiere, also from my firm, and Dave and Diane are both members of RHT Communities. Dave comes from Whitefish River First Nation, and Diane is from Chigang. We also have Roger Jones from Sagamok Nishnawbek, Don Worm, who's based out of Saskatchewan, Mark Stevenson, who's based out of British Columbia, and formerly on the legal team, and he's no longer with us. He sadly passed away in December of 2020, but there was Joe Arve, who is a wonderful litigator and played such an important role in the stage one decision, which is stage one and stage two trial decisions before Justice Hennessy, which is really the subject of the appeal before the Supreme Court of Canada. And when talking about the Supreme Court of Canada decision, it's important to acknowledge that this was a unanimous decision of the court. And so all 9 judges of the Supreme Court agreed with it. The decision was written by Justice Jamal. It's actually a very, very well-written decision, but as is usual when you have a unanimous decision from the Supreme Court, it's often vague because you have to have all 9 are in agreement with it. So they don't necessarily pin down a lot of the details that you might want a court to do, or sometimes you might not want them to. And I think in this case, there's some benefit to some of the vagueness or open-endedness of their decision, because it really leaves a lot of work or a lot of room for us to work in terms of negotiating the go forward. And so I just want to start by talking about, you know, some of the language that the court used. The court was very harsh in its decision against the Crown. And I don't think I've ever seen a decision from the Supreme Court of Canada that has been this harsh on the conduct of the Crown. And so just some of the language that they used, they talked about how freezing the payments at $4 per person is shocking, and that the Crown's conduct really make a mockery of the treaty promise. And they adopt some of the language that we had argued around remedies, and how we were saying that a declaration from the court is not sufficient. And they really say that, you know, to rely on a historically dishonorable treaty partner in order to repair the relationship is not fair, and the court can order remedies in the form of compensation in this particular case. And the court actually went on to say that it was the full suite of remedies. So every remedy that's available within the court would be available to the Anishinaabe to compensate us or give us relief from the Crown's dishonorable conduct in their breach of treaty. The court talks about how the Crown severely undermined both the spirit and the substance of the Robinson-Huron Treaty, and they left us with an empty shell of a treaty promise in the form, like the augmentation promise was really just left empty by the Crown's conduct. And relying on some of our principles of Anishinaabe law and the history of the treaty relationship between the Anishinaabe and the Crown, the court talks about how we've been tugging at the covenant chain for over 150 years, and the Crown has just ignored it. And so, you know, the court really accepted most of our arguments on the nature of the treaty as a nation-to-nation relationship. And so they talk about how the treaty relationship is a nation-to-nation alliance of equals. And that's important. It's a nation-to-nation relationship of equals. They also talk about how it is an ongoing relationship that's meant to be forever. They talk about how the treaty relationship is founded on principles of kinship, and that's, you know, Anishinaabe principles of kinship, and the mutual interdependence between the Anishinaabe and the settlers and the Crown. And so that's how we rely on one another to live harmoniously in the treaty territory. And that's really reflected in the Covenant Chain Alliance, which dates back to the Treaty of Niagara in the 1700s. They talk about how the treaty relationship is really governed by the Anishinaabe principles of respect, responsibility, reciprocity, and renewal. It also is governed by our 7 sacred teachings, our 7 grandfather teachings, 7 grandmother teachings, as well as the honor of the Crown. And they have a strong foundation in their decision. It contains a strong foundation for the restoration of Anishinaabe autonomy. And they talk about how, you know, this decision really lays out a framework for a strong foundation that could lead to the restoration of our autonomy and jurisdiction as Anishinaabe people and as the Anishinaabe Nation. And it recognizes, as I mentioned before, that the Robinson Treaties were built on the Covenant Chain Alliance, which is, you know, the premise that the Crown assured the Anishinaabe that their autonomy and title to land would be protected, and that this is really a relationship that's built on an alliance for the mutual benefit of both the Crown and the Anishinaabe. The court also directs the Crowns to act now to restore that nation-to-nation alliance, because the Crown has essentially ignored it, and they haven't treated us as equals. They haven't honored the nation-to-nation. And so the court is directing the Crown now and restore that alliance. And that alliance is what the treaties were supposed to represent for the parties. And so They also talk about how we need to return to the council fire, and I'll talk more about that later on in my presentation. But return to the council fire and rekindle our perpetual relationship, or our relationship that's meant to last forever. And that's what the treaty itself was to envision. So when talking about the annuity itself, the Supreme Court is very clear that the annuity is a collective entitlement. So, we've talked about this before in our presentations, how the right to an annuity is a treaty right, and like all other treaty rights, those are rights that are held by the collectivity and not held at an individual level. They're held at the collective Anishinaabe level. And part of Justice Hennessy's decision that was overturned by the Supreme Court is Justice Hennessy talked about how the annuity itself is collective, but from within that, there is this individual component. And that was sort of confusing to understand. And the Supreme Court really overturned that component and just said, it is one annuity, it's a collective entitlement, and this is an annuity that's payable to the chiefs and their tribes, or it's paid to the bands, it's paid to the collectivity, and from there the community decides on how it's to be used. But so this really respects Anishinaabe autonomy and self-determination, and it was a breach of the treaty for the Crown to begin paying our people directly. When we're talking about a nation-to-nation relationship, if you think about it, like it's inappropriate for one nation to then just deal with the citizens of another nation. It's government to government, leaders to leaders that work together, and that's really the nature of a nation-to-nation relationship. And so this really helps restore that by emphasizing that this is a collective entitlement. It's a right, a treaty right that belongs to the collective Robinson-Huron Treaty Anishinaabe. I'm sorry, I sort of already talked about some of these points, bullet points that are on the slide, but it's once the payment is made, or once the annuity is received by the collective, it's really up for us as self-determining people on how to use that. And we've seen this exercise happen within our communities, where some of it's distributed to our members directly as a per capita distribution, and other portions of it are retained for the benefit of the whole community. So the Supreme Court does modify, they don't overturn Justice Hennessy, they just modify her decision. And so Justice Hennessy and the majority of the Ontario Court of Appeal held that the obligation to increase the annuity was mandatory if the Crown could do so. And at the Supreme Court, Ontario argued that the decision to increase the annuity was entirely discretionary and not reviewable by the courts. And so that just means that Ontario is saying, it is our decision, you can trust us, we will act honorably, and if we make a decision, no court can review that decision. It's completely up to us as the Crown on whether or not to augment annuities. And the Supreme Court partially rejected that. And so they held that the amount of the increase was to be determined through an exercise of discretion, but the discretion is something that is reviewable by the courts. And so basically that just means that we need to enter into a negotiation process, and if we're not able to reach an agreement, the Crown has to make a decision about how much to increase the annuity, and it is in their discretion to do that. But that decision is reviewable by the courts, and so if we are not satisfied as the Robinson-Huron Treaty Anishinaabe with what the Crown decided, we can go back to the court and ask for that decision to be reviewed. And really, when the Crown is exercising their discretion, they need to do it in accordance with the relevant principles set out by the court, which includes all of the Anishinaabe principles that I've already talked about and that we advocated for at trial and before the Ontario Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court of Canada. So really, what the Supreme Court found in the end was actually very similar to what we argued at trial. and you know, we didn't get exactly what Justice Hennessy found isn't exactly what we argued, but what the Supreme Court came out with is very close to what we argued. And I think the distinction between what we argued and where the Supreme Court landed is, you know, our argument was that the restraints on the Crown and how they are to exercise their discretion keeps it so narrow that those Anishinaabe principles of respect, responsibility, reciprocity, renewal, our 7 grandfather teachings, and the basis of the Covenant Chain Alliance really restrain the Crown's discretion, that there's a very narrow path in which they can exercise their discretion and still be an honorable treaty partner. The Supreme Court sort of left it a little bit more open, but it is restrained by all those principles. And so I think it's important to mention that this modification by the Supreme Court has no impact on the settlement agreement that we reached for past compensation. And we've done a lot of presentations within communities about how the Supreme Court appeal may impact it, and there is no impact on our settlement. Our settlement is done, it's concluded. We've been paid, we've distributed money out to communities. You know, the settlement agreement is locked in place, and there's no impact to it. But as we know, there is the superior litigation that's, you know, very similar to the Robinson-Huron litigation, and this Supreme Court decision will certainly impact how they negotiate past compensation. And so the court has directed the Crown to negotiate a settlement with the superior First Nations, and if they can't reach an agreement within 6 months, which is, you know, January 26, 2025, 6 months from the date of the decision, then the Crown just has to exercise its discretion and increase the annuities. And if the superior First Nations aren't satisfied with the Crown's decision, then they would go to court and have that renewed. And so I just want to shift over and talk a little bit about the going forward and how this decision really impacts, because the decision itself talks about the nature of the relationship and how it should unfold in terms of the annuity augmentation promise. And so the court really talks about how we, the Anishinaabe and the Crowns, need to engage together and discuss and try to come to an agreement to increase the annuity through what the Supreme Court refers to as a council fire process. And there was a lot of evidence at stage 1 about the council fire and how the Anishinaabe governed themselves and entered into treaty with their treaty partners. And it really was through this council fire process. And so when we decide on those increases, it needs to be decided within the ongoing relationship. So it's not transactional. This is a living agreement between the Anishinaabe and the Crown. You know, I've already said this before, but it's a relationship that lasts forever. And it's based on those values of respect, responsibility, reciprocity, and renewal. We refer to those as our 4 R's. And so if we can't reach an agreement, as I've mentioned, you know, a little bit before, the Crown has to exercise its discretion. And that means that the Crown just needs to make a decision. This is how much we're going to augment the annuity based off of, you know, all of these different factors, including being an honorable treaty partner, which requires them to be consistent with those Anishinaabe principles. And the court did a really great job in cementing into law our Anishinaabe principles. And really this is a testament to the phenomenal legal work that was done by, you know, Dave Nawagabo and Diane Corbier, who were counsel of record at the Supreme Court and dealt with the Anishinaabe perspective component, but also all of the evidence that was led at the stage 1 trial and all of that evidence around Anishinaabe law the Anishinaabe perspective that was all led by the RHT team. They were, our elders, our experts, to really make sure that our perspective and our laws are front and center when we're talking about our treaty. And the Supreme Court summarized those 4 R's very, very well for us. And so I just want to review them all with you. But respect is about how the treaty respect is that the treaty demonstrates respect because it acknowledged Anishinaabe jurisdiction over the land and their authority to conclude an agreement with the Crown. And it's our authority to enter into a treaty on a nation-to-nation basis. Reciprocity is, about how the Anishinaabe would expect that the gift, their gift of sharing their land with the settlers would attract a gift of similar value. And so that's where we talk about, the value of the land and making sure that our annuity augmentation is consistent with the value of the land, because our gift was sharing the land. And so we should receive a reciprocal gift in terms of sharing in the wealth of the territory that the settlers have been using. Responsibility, that really just reaffirms the Anishinaabe duties to our people, but also to the land and to the waters and to the non-human beings, the animals. So that it's really about our ongoing responsibilities, which will last forever. These are our treaties, our relationships with creation, and we have responsibility over that. And renewal is really that the treaty will readjust as the economic circumstances change. And so as more wealth is drawn from the territory, we need to renew that treaty relationship and ensure that reciprocity is still happening. And the fact that this agreement is something that is to last forever. And I want to talk a little bit about, the Supreme Court spent a significant period of time citing the evidence of Elder Rita Corbiere, who's an elder from Wampum. And Rita was one of our witnesses in the stage 1 trial, and she had lots of different roles in it, and one of those was doing a translation of the treaty. So she translated the treaty from English to Anishinaabe-Moan, and then from Anishinaabe-Moan back into English. But she also brought evidence about what does discretion mean, and it's in relation to the clause or the part of the augmentation clause that says, "As Her Majesty graciously pleases," and what would that mean? And Rita talks about how the Anishinaabe would expect. We understand discretion. We understand that leaders are making decisions, but those decisions need to be made in a manner that's consistent with our 7 teachings, particularly as it relates to love. Like we are generous and loving to our people and to our treaty partners. And so when the Crown would exercise their discretion, they need to do so in a way that is generous and it is reciprocal. Oh, sorry, I hit a button there. Sorry about that. And so this long passage from the Supreme Court and citing Elder Corbiere's testimony and talking about all of those Anishinaabe principles is a really significant development in the law. This was probably one of the best decisions where the Supreme Court really recognized Indigenous legal principles, and it's great that these are our Anishinaabe legal principles, and that they must be applied in the interpretation and implementation of treaty obligations. And all of this evidence and all of these principles and aspects of the Anishinaabe perspective, they came directly from the elder testimony of RHT elders. They also came from some expert evidence. We had Heidi Boecker and Heidi Starr and Alan Corbiere, who provided expert evidence. But it really came from the RHT team. And so this was a really significant development in the law, and the legal team is really happy with how the Supreme Court took that evidence and made it front and center in their decision. And so when we're talking about the go forward, one of the most important things to do is to continue to educate the Crown and the courts and advocate for Anishinaabe law and making our law and our perspectives front and center. It's not just Canadian common law that governs this treaty relationship. It's also Anishinaabe law. And so we need to continue to educate the Crown because they don't understand it fully. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of educating them, but this was a really great decision in terms of bringing our law front and center. And so the next piece that I want to talk about a little bit is how the Crown must be timely. They can't just sit on their hands anymore. And so the court talks about how the Crown has to act diligently and in accordance with the honor of the Crown. They must act timely, and they have to implement this sacred promise to share in the wealth of the land. And that they need to do what is necessary to maintain the honor of the Crown and give effect to reconciliation or make reconciliation happen. And this is really part of the fact that they haven't done anything. You know, we had a decision in 2018 from Justice Hennessy that the Crown's obligated to augment the annuity, and they still haven't done anything in terms of the future. So they need to act timely and work with us to augment the annuity and fulfill their obligations to implement the treaty. And so the Crown or the Supreme Court also talked a little bit about some other considerations, and as lawyers we talk about these as being polycentric considerations, and that's actually the language that the Supreme Court used. But the court said that when they're making the decision about whether to increase the annuity and by how much, they need to be just and liberal to all of the Crown's subjects. And so they need to take into consideration some other factors like the number and needs of the RHT and Anishinaabe, how many people we have, what our needs are in our community. They also need to take into consideration the benefits that the Crown received from the territory, and then the wider needs of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. And so the court said that this complex polycentric decision is within the expertise of the Crown and not the courts. And that's why the Supreme Court talked about more of a review function. And this is really something that needs to be done at the negotiation table between the treaty partners. So between the Robinson-Huron Treaty and Anishinaabe and the Crown. And so with that, we need to work together. And so the court held that the parties should work together on the ongoing implementation of the augmentation promise. And they say that the parties need to determine the form, level, and aim of the sharing required by the annuity clause in the treaty. And it has to be based off of our mutual goals and expectations and understandings as they were in 1850, but also taking into account how the world has changed since then. And so the Supreme Court really held at the end that we need to return to the council fire and rekindle the relationship that the treaty envisioned. And so understanding Anishinaabe law is critical to the council fire process. I mean, the council fire concept and process is something that we, the Anishinaabe, brought into the litigation. It was part of our evidence. It's one of the things that we had advocated for because that is how we entered into treaty back in 1850. And so reestablishing this council fire is really key to the treaty implementation going forward. And by the Supreme Court using the term council fire, they really acknowledge our arguments, the Anishinaabe arguments, that this is a process, it's an Anishinaabe process that should be used to implement the treaty on a go-forward basis. And we need to draw on Anishinaabe principles relevant to how those benefits should be shared and how discussion should occur. And we need to elaborate on this further in order to meaningfully constrain the Crown's discretion. And so we need to really focus on narrowing the scope or narrowing the wiggle room that the Crown has in terms of exercising its discretion. And that really goes back to what I was talking about earlier in terms of our arguments in the stage 1 trial. So when we're talking about the future negotiations, it still requires us to have disclosure. We need to share information. We need to have real discussions and have a deliberation or a negotiation. And so the court finds that the Crown has to provide disclosure of information that's relevant in order to allow us to have a discussion. We can't have a discussion about increasing the annuity based off of the wealth generated from the territory if we don't have any information about the wealth generated from the territory. And it's the Crown that holds all of this information. So they need to disclose that to us. We also need to and the next bullet is, this includes information on the benefits. And so the Supreme Court used the term benefits, which is sort of a broader term than just the wealth. There's many benefits to the territory, and we really have to dissect what that means. But so we need that information, and we need to engage in discussions about how the annuity should be increased, and then other matters that are relevant to the treaty relationship. And I know, our colleagues at RHW, they do a lot of work around the broader treaty relationship. And so this, may have implications to how they continue their discussions. And this could be a blueprint, so to speak, for engaging on a broader our broader treaty relationship. But the focus for the litigation team is really just on the annuity. And so we want to address these issues through the council fire. And if we can do that and negotiate and come to agreements, then we don't have to return to court. And so really, and I've sort of mentioned this a little bit before, a lot before, is the first step in the negotiations for the go forward, because we're now moving into the go forward phase with the settlement for past compensation being it's almost done being implemented fully, and we're able to move on to the go forward. But the first step is to rekindle the council fire. And the Supreme Court gave direction to the Crowns, and they said that you need to act now. You have waited way too long, and it's unacceptable. It's completely dishonorable. And we need to do that now. And so what does rekindling the council fire mean? Well, it's about our leaders and their political counterparts within Canada and Ontario. They need to meet and reset that relationship. And but before we can do that, the Anishinaabe together, we need to meet internal and have our own council fire process in accordance with Anishinaabe law, so that we can enter the council fire process with the Crown, speaking with one heart, one mind, and one voice. And this is really drawn on a lot of Anishinaabe principles, particularly around fire and heart teachings, that when we engage in negotiations, that's how we as the Anishinaabe do that, is we link our hearts together, we link our minds together, and we speak with one voice. So we really are acting as a one collective body. And we need to do that internally before we can meet with our treaty partners. And so that's really the next step. And I'm so happy and so pleased that last month in October, and we published this in a public communique, but there was a chiefs and trustees meeting on October 16th and 17th, and the leadership for the RHT in Anishinaabe, they really reaffirmed their commitment to treaty renewal and called upon Canada and Ontario to abide by those directives from the Supreme Court. And that's to act now and rekindle the council fire. And this treaty, this obligates the Crown to sit down with us in council fire and engage in negotiations with the Anishinaabe. And the leadership gave us that mandate to move forward with that work. And we're very pleased to begin that, and we're hopeful that we'll be very successful. But we still have work to do, and it's going to be a process to get this completed. But we're very excited to get moving on the go forward. I know many beneficiaries are waiting in anticipation for this to be dealt with, and we do plan to work full steam ahead on it. And so with that, that's sort of all of that's really my presentation. And I don't know if there was any time for questions, or if there was I'm in the hands of our MC for the balance of it. But
Hello, my friend. There will be questions, I'm sure. That's a lot of information. Behind me. Okay.
So the October 16th and 17th meeting among the chiefs, was that then a council fire?
So those were our typical chiefs and trustees meetings. And I think the goal and objective is that we continue those meetings in a council fire process, but the leadership will work through how this is going to work, and they will be doing their own internal council fire process at a later date. Begin our formal negotiations with the Crown. But the expectation is that will be done ASAP.
Miigwech. Kabanagoya, somebody else? Question? You must have been really, really clear, Dan. Everybody understands. I was good.
I tried my best.
Oh, no. Anybody else? Okay. Well, I mean, that is, it's an excellent presentation, my friend. And we can only go forward, right? Being on the language group, along with some other elders, as Margaret's over here and a few others, we do give direction, and certainly we try and reach back as far as we can through our different stories and linkages. And certainly a council fire is something that is going to happen. And there's a meeting, it had to be rescheduled, but there's a meeting coming up. I'm not sure of the exact date, December 11th. And it is about council fire. The fortunate thing about us elders, we're still speakers. And so we conduct our business in the language as much as possible. And so for non-speakers, you know, if you speak in the language, you're speaking from a different perspective. And we say our language is sacred. Well, it is sacred. And so it's a different discussion in the language as opposed to English, you know? And so it's really important to have that. I really relish the meetings that we have. You know, it's different. And for us first language speakers, we still think in Nishnabemwin. I think we dream Nishnabemwin. The sad thing about first language speakers, we're it. You know, there's my age group. That's it. So I like to think I'm healthy. I don't know how long I'll be around, but I think once we're gone, you know, hopefully we've advanced language programs to the point that, you know, things are safeguarded. We're not sure yet, but I mean, we really need to get our work going. And I know somebody's going to be presenting on the language. So it's critically important. I mean, it's on the verge of extinction, not Anishinaabe in itself, but the dialects. We're pretty closely aligned with Manitoulin, but it is a different dialect. You know, there's simply words that are used in Manitoulin that aren't used any other place. You know, it's very unique that way. But we're losing the other dialect. We're losing the North Shore dialect. You know, we still have it in Scumwook, but like anything else, I mean, we're friendly people. We mingle and with those Odawas, and so our language has become a little bit harmonized. And so sometimes we struggle to use the right word. That's you know, Anishinaabe versus Odawa. But I mean, it's all in good fun. Those Odawas will make fun of us. We can take a good joke. But anyway, it's really important. And also, our lifestyle has changed. Our lifestyle has changed a lot, so we don't use some of those words, and we have them. You know, we have them, and the research that's being done on the treaty. I mean, Alan Corbier. I really admire Alan because he's a learner, and he's really done really well. But some of the words he uncovers in his research are words I never heard before. And but I can relate to them. I understand what you know what they mean. So it's a lot of work that needs to be done, and it has to be captured, not only heard. You know, it's important to see people speak and to hear. You know, very critical. Any more questions for our friend?
Yeah. I guess my question would relate to the council fire. I know that probably the leadership will be the first ones that sit down and talk about that. But I'm just wondering how it's going to get back to the communities so that they have an idea of how discussions will be carried forward.
There will be a report. It'll be public information. We have a group of speakers now, and then we're inviting other speakers, learners, to be part of that committee. So there's a whole strategy being developed as a framework, and then you can streamline those, you know, into your particular community. So, but that will be public information. It's probably public information now. I'm not sure. Maybe if you go on the site, I'm not sure what we win or the litigation committee. They're the ones sponsoring it. So somewhere there's actually a language report, and we did do kind of our first draft presentation at the gathering here September 9th. And Lively. So we did do that. So, you know, there's more work being involved, but the strategy, you know, basically, hopefully involves more and more people. Some communities are a little more fortunate than others, and some communities really don't have speakers. So it's not that easy, but, you know, if we're committed, we can do it. So, but it will be there. I think a lot of the chiefs meetings are open. If you go on the site, maybe you can find the dates of those meetings.
So Nelson, maybe if I can jump in a little bit, just in terms of the go forward and the council fire process, we received a lot of feedback as we were doing those engagement sessions about the settlement for the past, and I know the litigation management committee and the legal team have taken a lot of that feedback and want to improve in terms of communications with our community members on the go forward. And so I think once we get started with the process, you will see a lot more engagement at the community level on the go forward. And we've certainly built that into our work plans. We've hired a new communications director or manager, Carrie Asinaway from Wampum, who's really going to lead some of that communication with our community members and those engagement sessions, because I think it is important to have continued discussions with our community members as we go through this council fire process on the go forward. And just in terms of the chiefs and trustees meetings, we don't publish those because typically it's the legal team that's giving advice to the leaders. And then once, and this is what our practice has been of late, is the leaders come up with they make their decision, and then we communicate that decision out to the membership and to our community members. And so that's been our process of late. And I don't think that process itself is changing, but I think in terms of the go forward, you can expect a lot more engagement than there was on the past, because we certainly recognize that criticism that there was not good engagement on the past. We were really focused on the litigation and getting that settlement agreement finalized. I mean, we were really under the gun because we had a trial coming up, and we were, all of our efforts were put into that, and we heard from the community members that was not okay. We need to be part of the discussion, and so that you'll certainly see that on the go forward, and it's been built into our work plan. So I hope that answers your question about when we can have other engagements with community members. We certainly want to do that on the go forward.
Go ahead. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, I was just going to clarify that for the question there. Robinson Huron litigation and Robinson Huron Wampum do have a communications protocol. We jointly sit together on a weekly basis to figure out where we're going, what's being released, and certainly we just are in the process of putting together our annual magazine. We do try to do the quarterly newsletters, and we deliver those to every household on every one of our 21 First Nations. So, whatever information is agreeable to be shared, there is a method and a way so that every community member will know what's going on. This event here, is being live streamed, for example. Any one of your community members back home could log in and listen and get educated about the process. And part of our work at RHW is to educate community members about the treaty. Now, we'll rely on litigation to educate the community members about what's happening with the go forward. But at the same time, we recognize they're in negotiation. And if you thought it was secretly done for the settlement, there is some secrecy to this whole thing. But I think overall, the chiefs are trying to sort of balance as much as possible the two: what can be shared safely, and what they need to sort of keep in their back pocket when they sit down and negotiate with the federal government. So I hope that answers your question there, former Chief Pamajuan.
Any more questions?
by month?
Do we have a schedule of the meetings month by month?
Nothing scheduled from what I understand, but as Daniel said, there is a work plan. We at RHW plan to meet quarterly still with all the chiefs. That is still in our work plan. And they look forward to those. We talk about other things, but we always open that and joint meeting, open it to litigation to talk about what's the latest with the annuities. But in terms of the council fire, we've been of the understanding that Robinson here in Wendomagan is the resurrection of the council fire. And when we meet, it is essentially rekindling that council fire principle that was speaked about at the Supreme Court decision. So very much in our work plan overall. Miigwech.
Sits on the council flyer.
Chiefs.
Rimak. Yeah.
So how do they give us the information?
I'm not.
I don't have internet, I don't have Wi-Fi, I like one-on-one. And it's not gossip.
Yeah, I'm not sure that'd be a question for Wiki Council or.
In my community, our chief attempts to sort of share with membership in a monthly newsletter what's going on. And I don't know about your council back home, what they share. But oftentimes they don't share a lot because they can't. So, I think in terms of the fact that they've hired a communications officer at litigation, we're planning to hire a similar communications manager at our organization, and we've agreed to work collaboratively on communications as well as what needs to go to the membership. And for us at RHW, it's paper. It's not the internet. It's one-on-one.
Miigwech. The other very important thing, and these guys were directed not to incorporate. We're a treaty partner. We sit across on a nation-to-nation basis, and we shouldn't ask for permission with a treaty partner on the other side if we can do things. I mean, I think goes against the will of nations. Calvin Gable, you got any more wisdom to share with us, Dan? Or
no, I
if
think
not,
that
I
was
guess
everything that I had to share for today. And so I just want to say miigwech for having me. And if that's it, I will log off and get back to work.
Okay. Miigwech.
Thumb up here.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. McCoy. We appreciate that. Next up, we're going to have a speaker discuss the Robinson Superior Treaty negotiations and the modern legal significance. This is going to be presented by Professor Taryn Mitchell. It's my great pleasure to introduce her, as I was fortunate enough to learn from her as a student. Professor Taryn Mitchell, known by her spirit name, Gnu Kwe Golden Eagle Woman, is a lecturer for the School of Indigenous Relations at Laurentian University. She represents the Martin clan from Shipicotton First Nation. She is a professor, is committed to educating Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities on Indigenous perspectives, advocating for Indigenous youth affected by over-incarceration and homelessness, and revitalizing Indigenous laws to foster understanding and empowerment for future leaders. Please join me in welcoming Professor Taryn Mitchell.
Miigwech. It's gonna set myself up here. I don't know if Matt has my PowerPoint there it is. Yes. Okay, is that it? Okay, everyone can hear me? All right. Well, Chimagwech for asking me to join you all again. I had the privilege of doing this last year as well. So I guess I might have done a good job because I was asked to come back. So having said that, I was up real late last night putting together this PowerPoint presentation. And now I have to follow Daniel and Natasha. So I hope I can keep up. I was thinking maybe Daniel was going to steal some of my thunder, but I'm hoping that I can engage you all that are here in regards to what's coming next. I was announced very professionally. My name is Taryn Michelle. My spirit name is Ganukwe, and I'm from Mishmacotton First Nations. And Mishmacotton First Nations, for those of you that don't know, is part of the Superior Treaty. So we still have negotiations going on. And as a recent law graduate from U Ottawa, I am a nerd when it comes to the law. I'm a nerd. I can sit in court all day and listen. I get super excited about it. Even my colleague last night, Joey Lynn, who took a look at my PowerPoint presentation, said we're so different because I sent her a picture of what I was doing with the Supreme Court of Canada decision. And I was highlighting it and I was putting in some tabs that I wanted to point out today. But yeah, I get really excited about it. And the reason why I think I get excited about it is because I'm from the Martin clan. And the teachings that I was received when I was gifted my spirit name was that the Martin were strategic planners of our communities. And when I hear the word strategic, I think lawyer, I think law, I think whispering in the back and chit-chatting and what are we going to do next? So I feel that I come by this excitement honestly. And then I look across at a colleague who was my mentor, and I got to see him today, Mr. Lloyd McGregor. I worked at the Friendship Center as a youth and family court worker. And I sat in the back, and again, we were strategic. I would talk to the parents when the youth were coming in and dealing with their charges. And I was talking to family members. I was talking to Lloyd. You know, Lloyd as a band rep would come and we'd discuss, okay, what's happening, right? We were strategic. We were planning what we were doing for our people. So I said, well, shits and giggles, I'm just going to apply to law school and see what happens. So sure enough, without an undergrad, I applied to law school. And I not got one invitation to law school. I got three. So here I go off to law school at the age of 45 and thinking I'm going to come back home and practice law and be like Daniel and, you know, maybe one day be at the Supreme Court of Canada, like my dream. But then my journey brought me here to Laurentian because I knew I wanted to teach as well. So that being said, I start my journey here. And I try to teach our community members in layman terms. So I go back to what I knew as a Friendship Center court worker, was to describe what was happening inside courtrooms in a way that we can all understand, right? Because like, I think it was Natasha who said, education and quoted Senator Sinclair, education got us in this mess, but education will get us out. So I'm here. And then I'm like, now what next? So I thought I'd get my LLM, which is your master's of law. And I'm talking to Taima Pickering, and she says, well, why don't you just get your master's of Indigenous Relations here? It's free. I'm like, it's free? Okay, I teach here, it's free. So sure enough, I decided to, and I think I'm going to reiterate what Daniel was saying, the importance of our laws, the importance of Anishinaabe law and how that can correlate and bridge with Canadian law. And can it? So I think this decision is going to show us that. I think this decision is not over yet. And I think that this decision from the Supreme Court of Canada, like Daniel was saying, is showing that it's going to incorporate Anishinaabe law. It's going to incorporate Indigenous laws. And now it needs to be tested. Now we need to figure out what's going to happen with this decision. We're going to test it and we're going to see. And the Supreme Court of Canada said they have till January 26, 2025 to go to the superior litigants and give us a negotiation. So they said all I have to do is press these buttons. But first, levels of court in Canada. So I'm going to break it down, just the teacher and me. We have a hierarchy of courts. So we have the Supreme Court of Canada as the highest court in the land. And then we have the Ontario Court, Ontario Court of Appeal. So when this decision was brought way back in the early 2000s, it was appealed. Justice Hennessy's decision was appealed. So where did that go? That went to the Ontario Court of Appeal. And the Ontario Court of Appeal also said a lot and gave direction to the Supreme Court of Canada. Are we all equal? Now, the lower court, which is the Superior Court of Justice, where Justice Hennessy makes her decision. And these are divisional courts, family matters that include divorce, small claims court. And then we have the Ontario Court of Justice. This is where I thought I was going to practice. The majority of criminal cases, including preliminary hearings, family matters, and then youth court. This is where I got bit by the bug. I got bit by that legal bug. And this is where I thought, I don't want to be sitting in the back of the courtroom anymore. I want to be sitting in the front. I want to litigate and I want to buy some really fancy shoes. So the overview of the Robinson-Huron Treaty, I'm not going to go into it too much, but I'm going to read it like a story. Because like I said, I'm doing my master's, right? So I'm trying to revitalize Anishinaabe law. At first, it was Indigenous legal laws and orders, because that's what John Burroughs talks about, and Val Napoleon and Tracy Lindbergh and all these like amazing legal people that we know, or that I know, or know of. They don't know that I kind of have crushes on them, but legal crushes. But having said that, I'm gonna read from this storybook, because that's what the Supreme Court of Canada decision did. It's a story, and what they've done. Justice Jamal, because like you heard from Daniel, see, he stole some of my thunder. I'm like, geez, this guy. But what they did, if you take the time, like I printed out because I'm old school, they put it really easy. They don't talk all this long, big words anymore. When I was in law school at U Ottawa, we had this teacher who taught us how to write. I was like, I thought I knew how to write, but no, actually you don't when you go to law school. And they call it point first writing. So back in the day when you read really old cases, you had to wait all the way to the end to get the decision. Nowadays, they just give you the decision right at the beginning. So I'm going to read it like a story, because like I started off as my master's, and when I'm revitalizing those Anishinaabe laws, I'm doing it through storytelling, because that's what our people do. We do it through story. We do it, we sit down, we share. While in the wintertime, while we're making regalia, we talk and then we envision it and we see it. So that being said, next slide. The background of the Robinson Superior Treaty. So there were two court cases that happens. In 1850, the Anishinaabe of Lake Huron and Lake Superior entered into land succession treaties with the Crown. Under these treaties, known as Robinson Treaties, the Anishinaabe ceded their territories to the Crown in exchange for, among other things, a perpetual and annual payment of $600 under the Robinson-Huron, 600 pounds under the Robinson-Huron Treaty, and 500 under the Robinson Superior Treaty. At the time the treaties were signed in 1850, the annuity was equivalent to about $1.70 per person for Robinson-Huron and about $1.60 per person for Robinson Superior. The treaties contained an augmentation clause. Okay, there's a little bit of big words, but not many. according to which the annuities were to be increased over time if the ceded lands produce an amount that would allow the Crown to increase the annuity without incurring a loss. A condition of the augmentation was that the amount paid to each individual would not exceed £1, and at that time it was equivalent to $4 a year, or such further sum as Her Majesty may be graciously pleased to order. Sometimes I like reading these because I'm like, we're reading a story. Once upon a time in a land far, far away, but our land is here. The annuities were increased to $4 in person in 1875, but then have been frozen since then. The Lake Superior Anishinaabe, which is referred to as the Superior Plaintiffs going forward, filed a statement of claim in 2001, seeking a declaration and a compensation relief relating to the interpretation, the implementation, and the alleged breach of that augmentation clause. The Lake Huron Anishinaabe, which are the Huron plaintiffs, filed their own claim in 2014. Actions were tied together in 3 stages. Stage 1, address the interpretation of the treaties. Stage 2, consider Ontario's defenses of Crown immunity and limitations. Those are all legal things. And then stage 3, concerning the plaintiff's claims for damages. So Restool versus Canada review. So we say it was filed in 2017, but we heard from the Supreme Court of Canada it actually started in 2001. And then Huron filed a claim in 2014 by the representative of the Anishinaabe under Robinson's Treaty. The key issues was the Crown's failure to increase annuities tied to the land resources and their value. And then the annuities remained stagnant since 1875. Key legal arguments in Restool versus Canada. The plaintiffs, Crown failed to increase the annuity, violating the treaty, the spirit of the treaty. What did that treaty really mean? They were looking at it, they were breaking it down. We heard from Daniel, and he said that, Nawagabo, David Nawagabo, went into the Supreme Court of Canada and he brought that to those 9 judges. They sat up there, they listened, they wore their suits and their red sashes, and they listened. Because the treaty is a living thing. We know that. The Crown fixed payments based on historical terms. And then the central issue was a fair interpretation of the treaty terms. When we heard Natasha talking, and I know that she said that she can't possibly say too much in regards to the repository. I had an opportunity to listen to what Laurentian is embarking on and collaborating with, and I'm really excited about that because it's evidence. This case is actually the case that will have that has the most evidence that was brought forward in any trial. So what's going to happen with that information? We need to keep it, and we need to listen to it, and we need to be able to revisit it, because we're going to be talking about this case in law schools and universities for years. So the court's decision in Restool. The Ontario Court, the Superior Court, Justice Hennessy, 2021, Crown must increase annuities, plain and simple. Crown failed to adjust payments in line with the treaty spirit, and treaties seen as a living agreement. I have the pleasure of knowing Justice Hennessy, and I got to know her extremely well, not because of the annuities, but because of being within the justice system. And she's so giving. And we're Superior, so they had stage 3 happen in Thunder Bay. Justice Hennessy listened to more evidence, listened to more elders in stage 3. But the Supreme Court of Canada said, whoa, 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 hang on, Justice Hennessy. You're not going to release that decision just yet. We're going to keep it there. Because now we, 9 judges, well, I shouldn't say we, because I am not a Supreme Court judge, they went and had to discuss it. and had to come up with a decision. So, but in the interim, they were like, no, Justice Hennessy, you're going to wait a second. So, which they do put in their story here quite nicely of how the court and the Crown is going to go to the superior litigants and present something. They're going to present a negotiation. Well, no, not present a negotiation. They're going to negotiate with the 12 superior First Nations communities, and they're going to come up with a number. And if they can't come up with a number, then they're allowed to use their discretion. Like you just heard from Daniel. The Supreme Court of Canada laid it out two-step. This is what has to happen. This is, you got to do it now. You've just breached 150 years. We're not waiting anymore. The superior litigants are not waiting anymore. The Anishinaabe people, the people are not waiting anymore. So the impacts. Restore versus Canada. The Crown's obligation to re-examine under historic treaties. The economic benefits for the Anishinaabe communities to consider. The precedent for future treaty litigation and Indigenous Crown relations. What does that look like? The Supreme Court of Canada said multiple times, reconciliation doesn't happen in a courtroom. Reconciliation is, we're not the ones that are going to say how this is going to fold out. We're going to allow their chiefs and their tribes to make sure that it is done and it's done properly. With the Crown having to use their discretion, but let's see what that looks like. I don't know, I'm hopeful because I'm in this scenario, I'm listening, I'm watching, I'm observing, I'm trying to teach this as well. I'm hopeful. Ongoing negotiation post-Restore. Crown Indigenous negotiations focuses on adjusting the annuities. So remember that $4 at the beginning of the story, the £1? What does that look like? And I think that's what that, you know, when we were talking about, Daniel was talking about the council fires, that's where this is still going on. We need to support the community and we need to support our elders and our leaders in making sure that this annuity is being done properly, because Supreme Court of Canada gave us the framework. They said this is the way it's going to happen. Now the leaders and our Anishinaabe peoples are going to discuss this and bring it to the Crown, and hopefully the Crown comes back with a number that is suitable for the $4. I don't know what that looks like yet, but I'm here to talk about the superior negotiations. Whoops. So economic sharing of land and resources, because the treaty is still there. A lot of my community members will say, well, if we take this, you know, settlement, are they not going to continue to honor treaty? I'm like, no. Treaty is there. It's signed. It's not going anywhere. It's still alive. So it's not like we're going to, you know, accept this settlement and then the government can say, no, the treaty's done. The treaty is still ongoing. It's still alive, and they still have an obligation to follow that. So challenges is reaching fair agreements under modern day framework. Because what does that look like today? It's not going to look the same as in 1850, clearly. It's going to be different. And we know that we could take what happened as superior litigants from Huron litigants, right? Huron, to me, paved the way. They started it, and again, this is going to be looked at, not just for superior, but all treaty. Treaty is going to be re-examined across Turtle Island. Because if they breached our treaty, I don't know. I'm just thinking they may have breached other treaty. Supreme Court ruling and the negotiations in July 2024, as I watched it unfold, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled on the Crown's obligation under the 1850 treaties. The ruling found that the Crown had failed to increase the annuity payments to the Anishinaabe of Lake Superior and Lake Huron since 1875. the court mandated that the Crown negotiate a settlement with the Robinson Superior plaintiffs within 6 months. Like, they legit said, we're not going to give you a dollar amount, but we're going to give you a time. And they went exactly. I've never read in a court case, or maybe other lawyers can correct me, but I've never read in a court case a specific date that the Supreme Court of Canada said you better get it done. And it better be done by January 26th. And then I'm like, oh, January 26th, that's when my daughter was born. Reese, Victoria, and Michelle, January 26th, 2003. So the court mandated that the Crown be given 6 months, so we're all waiting. We're figuring out what's gonna happen. There's lots of talk, there's lots of buzz. When I run into my kin that are from Huron, they're like, hey, what's the word on the street? I'm like, I have no idea, but I'm reading the Supreme Court of Canada case, and I don't know. They're allowed to use their discretion. What does their discretion look like? I don't know. We'll see. And we'll know January 26, 2025. The decision emphasizes restoring treaty relationships and upholding the honor of the Crown. Impact on ongoing legal concerns. The ruling and the ongoing negotiations with Robinson Superior First Nations have implications for legal matters across Canada. Because we're not only going to be looking at what the Supreme Court of Canada told the Crown to do, we're going to be using that as precedent as well. Because remember, it went to stage 3, and the Supreme Court of Canada said no. Like, Justice Hennessy, hold your decision. But in paragraphs 305 all the way to 310 of this story that was printed, they talk about, this is fallen. Someone may need to help me. From 305 to 310, they talked about what happens if the Crown doesn't fulfill justly their obligation. Thank you. Yeah? Okay, I won't touch it anymore. What happens? And that was always my question. So when I was at the law colloquium last week and I had Justice Hennessy with me and I was with Gima Craig Nuchitai from Atikameksheng, I was like, I wonder if I could ask her. I'm like, can I ask her? Because there's rules, right, in law? And we heard, like, you can't just talk about things. Like, some things are, you know, left to the leaders and negotiations are held behind closed doors. And remember the strategic planning? That's all happening, right? So sometimes you can't talk about it. And I don't want to go mess things up. Because what if in January 26th we have no dollar amount, no settlement? Well, then the Supreme Court of Canada said, okay, well then at that point we can go and look at the review. Why did Ontario or the Crown give us this amount? Was it just? Was it fair? We'll review it. That's what they said. This is what it's going to look like. And then if not, it goes on from 305 to 310, and it lays out exactly what's going to happen. So that's why it could cause implications. We don't know. We don't know what that looks like yet. But we're hopeful, and it's clear, and they wrote it down. It's in paper. I've highlighted it, and I put sticky tabs. And then precedent for treaty obligations, reinforcing the Crown's duty to honor their treaty, their commitments, potentially influencing other First Nations to pursue similar legal actions. And we know that that's happening. It's happening everywhere, right? And these are good things because we're holding the Crown accountable to what our ancestors signed the treaties in 1850s. And I wasn't able to listen to the Wampum Belt teachings, but when I was watching the Supreme Court of Canada, and you can't really see the back, but I could see that Wampum Belt every once in a while get raised. And I was like, it's there. It's inside the Supreme Court of Canada. Getting emotional. It's encouragement to negotiate settlements. The court's directive suggesting resolving disputes through dialogue, fostering reconciliation, and reducing litigation. Because we know it takes a long time. Superior filed in 2001. The decision only came out in 23, 24, Like that's years and years and years and years of litigation. That's years of court. That's years of resources. Financial and policy implications, settlements may lead to significant compensation and require policy reforms, impacting government budgets and frameworks. You know, a lot of our community members are asking what's going to happen. We don't know yet. I know our First Nations community is looking at a wealth generation plan. We have to think 7 forward, also 7 behind. So stretching the Indigenous rights, affirming treaty rights, empowering First Nations in land claims, resource entitlements, and self-governance. Reacting and revitalizing or researching, just bringing back what was rightfully ours to begin with, and revitalizing our Anishinaabe laws. So self-governance. We're not done yet. So the Crown's negotiation with Robinson Superior First Nation signal key shifts in the Indigenous legal matters. It's still ongoing. It establishes a strong precedent for upholding treaty obligations in Canada. We know this. The negotiation was already done with Huron. It was the biggest number. It was huge. It was like, I remember listening to that too when they, Dean Sayers, I'm related to him. And again, I got really teary and I was listening to that number. And that number came out, I was like, whoa, wow. Here in this territory, our leaders, our elders said no. They broke treaty and now it needs to be fixed. Encourages negotiations and litigation, fostering reconciliation. May lead to financial compensation and policy reforms. I guess I'm just reiterating, I'm like double said this again. Affirms Indigenous treaty rights, empowering future legal challenges for Indigenous sovereignty. So further developments in the Robinson Superior Treaty, litigants demand fair compensation for past resources and extractions. In the Supreme Court of Canada decision, I think it was at paragraph 195 or 194, it tells the Crown, it's gonna be sticker shock, but you have to come to the superior litigants. You've not honored your treaty for 150 years. So like Daniel was saying, they were using language to hold them accountable. So in stage 3, the superior litigants, when they were giving evidence, $126 billion in 2022, 2023, and that's here. That's right in the Supreme Court of Canada decision. Print it out. I suggest that you read it. Get a highlighter, it's fun. I really am, I know you may not think so, but it really, really is. You will read it and you will know it and you will be able to, you know, either come to functions like this and know exactly, holy shit, yeah, that's, oops, I swear. That's exactly, oh, I remember them saying that, yeah, paragraph 195, 194. Look at me rhyming off paragraph numbers, 305, 310. Probably because I only looked at it last night and re-highlighted stuff. However, it's really clear and plain, really plain language on what has to happen next. And it may not take you like, you know, it could take you a couple weeks to get through it, but I highly suggest that you do it. And then push for revenue sharing agreements. Crown aims for long-term partnerships with Anishinaabe communities. Like I know our communities, our chiefs, and our council members are constantly meeting with government in these negotiations. We don't know what's happening because it's like secret, but we'll know. And I trust our chief and council, I really do, because they do what's best and they do with what they know, right? Like you're navigating an institution. Like it's hard to navigate within their laws and their rules and, you know, what you're allowed to talk about, what you're not allowed to talk about. Like you're really gonna go mess things up. Like if I asked Justice Hennessy, hey, are you allowed to release your decision? Like I couldn't mess that up. That's why I didn't ask her. Remember I said I was with her on last week? Because I was like, oh shit, oh, if I ask her, she was going to swear again. If I ask her, could that put something in jeopardy? Could it? Because guess what? She would have to disclose. If it got like to that and we don't come to negotiation, we have to go to stage 3 and Justice Hennessy has to review, was the Crown just? Did they use their discretion? Yada, yada, yada. Is that going to put this whole thing at, what's the word I'm looking for? At a, what? Not at a standstill, but at, yeah. Anyways, will it mess it up? Well, really, at the end of the day, is it going to mess it up? So guess what? I chose not to ask her. I'm like not going to ask her. But then I went to the Supreme Court of Canada decision and I looked it up and I just went to those little paragraphs and tried to digest what it meant. And I was like, okay, I got my answer. So Restoule sets out a precedent for treaty interpretation. We haven't discussed that. In the back of the Supreme Court of Canada decision, they have appendices. The words are right there. Like really, look, it's really long. I don't have any of it highlighted, but that is it. Those are the real words of our treaty right there. So they broke it down. Other treaties may be re-examined in light of the decision. Not maybe, it will be. Push for self-determination and economic sovereignty. A question to ask ourselves, annuity $4. In the Supreme Court of Canada decision, the court addressed the issue of increasing the annuity beyond the $4 per person amount in paragraph 195. It actually starts on 194. The court interprets the augmentation clause of the Robinson Treaty, stating that the Crown has a duty to consider from time to time. And that was the big question inside the Supreme Court of Canada. What does time to time mean? Like time to time, right? And while the Supreme Court of Canada decision was going on, like it was live streamed and I was like writing my things on live and David Nawagabo's other lawyer was a friend of mine, Laura, and she said that she was legit reading my statements out loud when all that was taking place, and I thought that was kind of neat. But from time to time, whether it can increase the annuities without incurring a loss. So what does that look like? I don't know. If the Crown can increase the annuities beyond $4 per person, it must. The word's really important there. It must exercise its discretion and decide whether to do so, and if so, by how much. So we know that the superior litigants said $126 billion. That's what we were asking for in stage 3. And that was just Ontario's numbers of the money that they got from the land resources. The discretion is not unfettered. What does that mean? What does unfettered mean? It must be exercised liberally, justly, and in accordance with the honor of the Crown. But what does this really mean for Turtle Island and all the treaties? So when I heard time after time, every time they said it in the Supreme Court of Canada, I'm like, that's Cyndi Lauper. I was like, time after, okay, I'm not gonna sing it. The future of treaty negotiation. Increase pressure on the Crown to renegotiate treaty terms. Focus on a collaboration with the government. Restoule serves as a key decision for future treaty disputes. It's huge, huge, like beyond huge. And our people did that. Robinson Huron did that. And it's now a Supreme Court of Canada decision that sets precedent. Restoule versus Canada challenged historical treaty interpretations. Ongoing negotiation reflects a shift towards equitable treatment. We heard Daniel talk about the 4 R's, right? So we're going to be able to, what does that look like? Bring it back, keep talking about it, hold them accountable. Treaties are living documents with evolving obligations. It doesn't freeze in 1875. Again, freeze, it's like Frozen. Disney, you guys ever watch that? So questions, but wait, I don't know if this is gonna work. Ah. How do I press play? Matt, can you press play? Yeah, see where that is? Yeah, press play. Turn it up, please. There's no volume? Oh, that's okay. Well, it was Cyndi Lauper, time after time. So I tried to make this really interactive and fun and not boring, because treaty can be boring and law can be boring and all these words could be boring. But I hope that you all enjoyed the presentation. If you did, Dominic, you're more than welcome to ask me back again next year. I'll gladly do it. But thank you very much, everybody. I think Mr. McGregor has something to say. I have a mic too, by the way, just so you all know.
Thank you for that presentation. The only thing I want to say is instead of buying fancy shoes, buy moccasins.
I will do that. And I'll wear those moccasins inside the Supreme Court of Canada one day. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Taryn. You are engaging as always. Up next, we have the roles, responsibilities, and opportunities of non-Indigenous peoples in the treaty relationships, presented by Dr. Elizabeth Carlson Manthra. She is an associate professor in the School of Social Work at Laurentian University, where she focuses on anti-colonial methodologies and social work practices. She is of Swedish, Sami, German, Scottish, Irish, and English descent. She critically examines settler roles in decolonization and engages in scholarship about living in Indigenous sovereignty on Anishinaabeg lands. Please welcome her.
Been sitting for too long, and I wonder, like, I don't think I'm authorized to ask you to take a break, but would you just stand up and stretch maybe? Would that feel good? I feel like it might, eh? So if people want to stand up and stretch, because I do need to get I need to set something up really quick. Yeah, just to stretch.
So you're okay then with the?
I think so. Thank you. All right. Okay, I just got my visual aids here. Okay, I think there's some feedback there too, eh? So I'm good with people, you know, grabbing food while we're talking. I just, after sitting, and it was so great to hear all the presenters, but I just felt like I needed to stretch myself, so. All right. All right, so if you don't mind, I'll just kind of start talking as you get your food, as you start to sit down, but I just wanted everyone to be able to stretch anyways, eh? So let's see, do I have to press, no, it's not set up yet. Oh, there we go, okay. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself, and I'm going to acknowledge a lot of the people who have been working for this event, to put this event on, and also have been doing this amazing treaty education in this territory for years and years, you know. So, so I myself, as I was introduced, and I'll say, Bujunin Nidnawe Maganaduk, and Elizabeth Carlson Manathera, Nin Indigenous Cause. So I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so happy to be able to live with Anishinaabe lands. And I know that the only way that I can do that is through the treaty. The only way that I can do that ethically is through the treaty. And so as was said, well, this all wasn't said. I'm going to tell you more about myself. So I'm actually was born in Iowa. And so I'm a dual citizen, and I sent in my absentee ballot, so I'm really crossing my fingers, like go home tonight and watch these election results. Let's hope for the best. But I was born in Iowa. I lived a lot of my life in Minnesota. And so my ancestors that you heard about, Swedish, Sami, German, Scots-Irish, and English ancestors, settled on the lands of the Omaha Nation in what's called Nebraska sometimes now, and also the lands of Anishinaabe people in what's called northern Wisconsin. So I grew up in Minnesota, and I moved to Manitoba in 2002. So that's when I first moved to Canada, and you know, I had some connections from when I was in Minnesota with the Anishinaabe people, and when I moved to Manitoba, I connected with, I don't know if anyone's heard of, his name is Nagani Akianini, Dave Kershane Jr., and he's passed on now, Dave Kershane Jr. Ba. And he taught me a lot when I was in Manitoba through the Turtle Lodge there. So I started to learn about treaty a little bit there, and started to really think about why treaties are important for non-Indigenous people. And so that's really the focus of what I wanted to share today, and it's really a little bit about my journey, because it wasn't taught to me until I had to go out and find people that would teach me to find the information. So I wanted to share a little bit about that and maybe fill in some of the gaps, because for me, I've been coming to the treaty education, Treaty Week events and the treaty gatherings that have been like phenomenal and put on so well by Robinson Hirawawin Damagewin, and of course this year, Laurentian and Dominic and Mary have been working on organizing. But all of these events, and what happened for me as a non-Indigenous person is I went there and I listened. And first of all, in those early years, like there was hardly anyone like non-Indigenous that was there. And I was like, whoa, I thought treaty had two partners. Where's the non-Indigenous people, right? So I'd be, and then, but I found that like when people would talk about it, they would talk about things, and it was like they were 10 levels above my knowledge, and I couldn't understand the context. I couldn't put it together. I didn't understand why are they talking about this and why are they talking about that. I thought I was going to learn about such and such. So it took me a long time to start to understand the context. I'm going to talk about that a little bit today. So I moved to Sudbury in 2017, and one of the first things that I did, I moved in October, and in November there was a Indigenous Education Week that was put on by Sheila Cote Meek. I think they used to do them every second year for a while. And so I went to that, and one of my first questions when I moved to Sudbury was, I want to learn about the treaty. Tell me about the treaty. What does the treaty say? You know, how do I live on these lands in a good way? What's the treaty relationship here? What do I need to know? So I stood up in one of those sessions at the end. They said, are there any questions? Blah, blah, blah. And I went, you know, and I said, how can I learn more about the treaty? You know? And then what was told to me at the time by some of the members who were there listening was, you know what? You're here at a good time because they're starting this court case and you're going to be able to learn lots about the treaty by following what's happening. Why don't you go to some of the court sessions? And I did, and why don't you, like there's these treaty gatherings, there's these treaty week events, like you're here at a good time. And boy, was I ever, like I've learned so much, but I'm a really slow learner. So I'm going to talk about like kind of those slow steps that I've taken. But I want to also acknowledge before I get too far, today, like all of the amazing people that have been speaking today, those that started us off in a good way. I was listening this morning, so I taught late last night and I got home and then, so this morning I was a little bit slow trying to get everything together, but I was listening to the live stream. So I heard the beautiful opening, I heard the water song, I heard, kind of the opening speeches, and thank you to all of you who gave that to us, who shared all that with us, and all the organizers. And the speakers who spoke before me, I really value what you shared. I value everyone that's here, and I have a few students here I teach a Tuesday afternoon class, so we've got some Laurentian students here too, and I'm glad that they're here. And last week, I had to say, I know it's really important for students to learn about treaty. I thought, Then I remembered, because I teach social work, right? And it's a social work course, so I thought, oh yeah, our social work code of ethics talks about reconciliation. They have a new version, It talks about reconciliation. It talks about treaty. I said, hey, it's in our social work code of ethics. We've got to be there. The class has got to come. So that's, so here they are. So I'm happy for all of you for joining. And I hope you're learning something. Sometimes maybe you'll feel like I did, like it's like 10 levels above, but we can debrief in class next week. So we'll figure it out. Let's see. So yeah, I just want to acknowledge all the beautiful people who planned and organized and who got us going today. So I also want to, and everyone's sharing about Senator Murray Sinclair Baugh, who's passed on just yesterday, I understand. And I got the pleasure to hear him speak when I was in Manitoba a few times. And what has been shared about what he says about education. But I remember sitting one time listening to him speak, and he said, the education system, this is a paraphrase, right? If the education system has taught Indigenous people that they're not valued, that they're not important, then the education system has taught non-Indigenous people, it's given them an inflated sense of importance, right? And this superiority complex, eh? So because that's what we have to contend with, we have to look at both sides of that, So I remember him saying that, and I also got to listen to him talk about the Royal Proclamation. I think it was the 250th anniversary there in Winnipeg. He spoke about that. So I was very grateful to be witness to some of his work and what he did for Canada. Like, he did so much for the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in Canada, and started some shifts, you start to feel some shifts based on his work that he did with, these horrible systems that he must be contending with as he was doing his work, and yet navigated them with integrity, and put boundaries around what could happen, and that things could happen in a good way. So I really want to acknowledge him and honor him. And I also want to acknowledge, send thoughts for his family and those close to him. And I know people within this treaty territory who are part of his Midewin family, and that, have been very close to him through that connection. So my thoughts are with these folks too that are from our territory that are probably really feeling this loss very deeply. So let's see, I think I have to press the space bar. Okay, I should have pressed that before. I always click after, so hopefully I can get to clicking before and keep myself synchronized. So there's several principles that I want to emphasize, and here, it's really focused on non-Indigenous people and our roles and responsibilities that I think a lot of non-Indigenous people don't understand, right? And that I've just been on this journey of just kind of starting to understand. And that the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 gives us amazing opportunities and important roles and responsibilities as treaty partners. This is like the main key message that I have, and a lot of non-Indigenous people don't know that this is actually an opportunity, an amazing opportunity. Being a treaty partner is an amazing opportunity. First of all, as I said before, I wouldn't be able to live here if it weren't for the treaty. I wouldn't be able to live here with any kind of integrity if it weren't for the treaty, but I also have obligations then that will allow me to live here with integrity within that treaty. So I want to talk a little bit about that. And like I said, I'm at the beginning of my journey. Lots of folks here know way, way, way more than me. Please correct me and feel free to add to what I share. But I feel a responsibility. Ever since I started attending some of the events and seeing so few non-Indigenous people, I just feel a responsibility to try to help non-Indigenous people understand how important it is to be good treaty partners. Okay, I kind of already said that. And then treaties provide opportunities for rich relationships of care and reciprocity with Indigenous peoples and lands. Like there's no better gift, right? There's no better gift like that, those relationships, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. And then they also outline our responsibilities as treaty partners who are represented by the Crown. And that's one of our big roles, I think, as non-Indigenous people is how do we hold the Crown responsible? Like, how do we hold them accountable to represent us well in this relationship and with honor, right? And then when they don't, how do we do what we can anyway to be honorable, right? So those are kind of some of the things that I want to talk about. So to me, there's like I have like 5 kind of areas, and the first one I'm going to spend the most time on. The first one is to know the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 in its context. And I'll tell you about my journey. My journey of follies. I'm trying to figure out what is the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 and what does it mean for me. But I'm going to talk about that. And the context piece, I think, is the most important. And then another principle that I want to emphasize later on in the talk is the importance of non-Indigenous people stepping forward and not back. There's a lot of fear among non-Indigenous people, like they don't want to go to things, they don't want to attend, they're scared they're going to make a mistake, they're scared they're going to offend someone. But this is one of the reasons why we have such an unequal treaty relationship, is that non-Indigenous people are not stepping up. You have to step up and be that partner. You have to attend, you have to connect, you have to listen, you have to learn, So that's one of the things we'll talk about. And then living in ways congruent with the treaty, but you'll never know how to do that unless you know what the treaty is and what it means in its context. And we're going to talk about not just the text of the treaty. What's the context? Like, what does the treaty really mean? And as if I know the fullness of that, I don't, but I know a few things that I want to share that hopefully will help non-Indigenous people kind of broaden your mind about it. And then this is one of our roles, I think, to hold the Crown accountable to the treaty. And there's ways that we can do this, and we'll talk about them a little bit. And then supporting Indigenous-led treaty resurgence and decolonization work. Like these I think are some of our most important ways to engage as good treaty partners. So I'm going to talk about them, but mostly the first one, because this is the root. This is the root of understanding all the rest of them in my mind. So this is something I learned, and this I learned by listening. Listening at the Turtle Lodge. I learned this by listening at the treaty gatherings. I learned this by reading the work of Anishinaabe treaty scholars like Heidi Stark that was mentioned. The Crown recorded text of the treaty is not the treaty. Like those words, and I looked it up because I was like, I'm living on Robinson-Huron. I got to look up. I got to see what the treaty says. Well, it's not very long, right? And some of it, I was like, I don't think that's right. This whole cede and surrender thing. That's not what I'm hearing from community. Like, what? And then but yet there's some really good stuff in there. But the treaty is so much more than that written text, and the written text needs to be seen in the big context. So that's kind of one of the main principles. But what does the text say? I mean, I think we need to know that for especially non-Indigenous people. I don't know if people have taken the time to actually read the text of the treaty, because that's one part, that's one piece to look at. So, just a second here. I'm going to just skip to this slide. This is kind of how it starts out, and of course, Robinson-Huron Wami Damagayman worked with Rita Corbier on this
this translation in Anishinaabe, and it's a beautiful document. I just kind of did a screenshot of a little part of it, right? Just to see how does it start off, right? So, and it starts out by listing, you know, those signatories, those people that were present, those chiefs and head people and representatives of the crown and all of that. And then it has this lovely cede and surrender clause, which is the one that made me really question the text in the first place. So it outlines, you know, like within the treaty, what monies would be given by the crown. And then it says that the chiefs and the principal men do hereby fully, freely, and voluntarily surrender, cede, grant, and convey unto Her Majesty, her heirs and successors, forever after all their right title. I went, oh, that's not what I hear from community. That's not what I learned at the Turtle Lodge, you know? And like looking at treaties across Canada and what are Indigenous perspectives on those treaties, it's not that, eh? So then part of the treaty also kind of outlines the geographical locations that encompass the treaty. So it'll be like from here to here and from there to there. That's part of what's written into there. And then it says that, just a second here, I want to make sure I get all the key points. It outlines that the whole of the territory, other than the reservations set forth in the schedule hereunto annexed, so like that all of that land is ceded and surrendered except for those reserves, basically, and outlines like the different reserves in the different communities and the leaders that are attached to those reserves. And then it says that they can sell or lease any part of their reservation. The chiefs and their tribes have the full and free privilege to hunt over the territory now ceded by them and to fish in the waters as they have been in the habit of doing, except for some portions of the territory that may from time to time be sold or leased to individuals or companies. It says that Indigenous people in Anishinaabe will not sell or lease any part of the reservations without consent of the Superintendent General of Indian Affairs, and that they will not stop anyone from searching for minerals. And then it has the annuities clause, and that's of course the topic of our court case, right? That's been happening. And you know, I was talking to someone the other day. She was asking me about the case, and she goes, "Yeah, well, something she asked me about Ontario. They said since the Crown lost the case." And I went, "The Crown lost the case? What are you talking about? The Crown lost the case? Like everyone has won. Like Anishinaabe have called us to account and given us an opportunity to be more honorable. We have won. Everyone has won. There's no losers. You know, like we get to start to write a relationship that's fallen way off a cliff, right?" So. Anyways, got sidetracked there. And then we have, so the annuities clause, which I know that has already been outlined by some of the previous speakers, but basically saying that that amount would be increased as more money is made as a result of the land. And then it has the signatures. Like that's basically it, right? So it's not very much. It's not very long, and there's parts of it that to me were not what I understood to be. It didn't ring true, that cede and surrender part, eh? So then I said, well, that can't be all there is. You know, like here I am moving to Sudbury. I want to figure out what is this Robinson-Huron Treaty and how do I live honorably within this territory? And then this is my path, this is my roadmap. I'm like, I don't know about that, you know? So, you know, so then I said, well, I guess there's more I have to learn. I guess I have to ask more questions. I guess I have to figure this out, like, because this is not fitting for me, you know, like, and it's not that there's everything in here is bad. There's some good stuff in there too, but it's just that there's some problematic stuff that, you know, like, and it's so short. Like, I'm like, I thought the treaty was a relationship. What? Like these words, this is the treaty? That doesn't. And I started to learn and learn and learn, right? And so I'd go to the treaty education events and I would be like, okay, so what are they talking about? What does that mean? They're talking about wampum. I'm like, why are they talking about wampum? And then I was like,
I came to learn about the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850, and now they're talking. Why are they talking about the Treaty of Niagara? That's not the treaty I came to learn about, right? So I was confused. Like, I didn't know. Like, what? This doesn't make sense. And I'm trying to put it all together because, like I said, the people who are teaching are like way up on level 10, and I'm just like, and you know, like I have the double curse, or maybe I don't know, of being originally from the States. So I didn't go through Canadian elementary and secondary school, but I mean, maybe that would have been a miseducation anyway. I don't know, because I talked to a lot of people who did go through that system and don't really know what the treaty says, right? So don't really know who they are as a treaty person or any of that, right? So that's part of it. Okay, I've got to go back. Okay. So like, and what I came to learn, and I'm going to break this down a little bit, but like, why is that text not the treaty? That the treaty is a relationship that has a much greater context, including previous treaties that non-Indigenous peoples have been adopted into. And this is something I learned from Sinclair, because, you know, I lived in Winnipeg. Idle No More was like at its height when I was in Winnipeg. I attended these talks, and Sinclair did a talk on treaty at that time. And what he said stuck with me. And he said, you know, when, and of course I'm paraphrasing, so don't blame him if I get it wrong, but this is my understanding of what he said, is when, and in some of these treaties, you'll see the clan pictures. He said, so when people sign and they use those clan symbols, this had a really important meaning. And what it meant is that it connected to Anishinaabe relationships with the plant and animal nations, and it connected to those animal nations represented by the clans. And it meant that when the Crown signs into those treaties, it's not only signing into a relationship with Anishinaabe, but in a relationship with all of those other treaties, including the treaties with the plant and animal nations, so that we have incredible obligations and opportunities to connect with the land and to care for the land as well, right? And to connect with some of the principles from the treaties between Indigenous nations too, right? Anishinaabe and other nations. So learning all those principles of all of those treaties, and how can we respect those, and how can we try to live within those and honor those, and you know, like, so that's why there's this opportunity for these amazing deep relationships and connection by being a treaty partner. So that so that's part of the context. Another part is the Anishinaabe treaty perspectives and diplomacy surrounding the treaties. So like the treaty negotiations happened over periods of time, right? Sometimes weeks, sometimes days, you know, probably sometimes, I don't know the whole thing, but it's not just like this one little piece of paper. It's all of the speeches, all of the talks, all of the ceremonies, all of the diplomacy that happened during that process. And all of those have meaning for treaty opportunities and obligations. All of those have meaning, and not all of those are in the piece of paper that the Crown recorded, right? So we have to try to learn what those are too, and what those mean. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some what some Anishinaabe scholars and knowledge holders say about that as well. So about that history of treaties that apply, all of these treaties that apply now to our Robinson-Huron Treaty. The other person I learned from, and this is, I'm sure, not news to most people in this room, but Donis Kennedy, who is an Anishinaabe law scholar who's in Winnipeg, and like the most heartfelt, engaging speaker you'll ever hear. Like, she just grabs your heart and she just takes you somewhere, you know, like, so she, one of the things that she shared that stuck with me, that, like I said, most of you know already, but she said, if you think about the history of Anishinaabe treaty making as being this long, she said, the history of Anishinaabe treaty making with non-Indigenous people in the Crown is like this part of it, this little bit. Like, if it's this long, just this little piece. And when the non-Indigenous people think about treaty, we only think about this piece, right? But again, all of the treaties with plant and animal nations, all of the treaties with other Indigenous nations, all of those things, those are all the context that's really relevant to understanding the Robinson-Huron Treaty and to non-Indigenous people's roles and responsibilities. Okay, I already did that. And there's a link, this is on the Wampum website and all that. Okay, so like, how do you learn this as a non-Indigenous person? How do you learn what the treaties between Anishinaabe and plant and animal nations are? Like, you need to know it. You actually need to know it because it affects how you're going to live with these lands, but how do you get to know it? Does anyone have any ideas? Like, how would you learn that? Yeah. Yeah, you like, again, you have to connect, you have to step forward, you have to, like listen and, like and ask and all of those things. And like some of it can be found in books, like Leanne Simpson has some great books that talk about the treaty with the Hoof Nation, the treaty with the Beaver, and like you can learn some really important principles for how to live with these lands by reading those things as well. But like for me, I just tried to go to things, go to gatherings, just show up, and even if I didn't understand it, but I thought, well, maybe someday I will. Let me just listen. Let me just, try to understand, And sometimes I did learn a lot. I mean, I eventually learned quite a bit, but still have a lot to learn. Then treaties with other Indigenous nations, like Anishinaabe became connected with the dish with one spoon. And so that's not a direct treaty with non-Indigenous people, but I think there's principles that provide part of the context that we need to live within there about sharing and about respecting and all of those kinds of things and about caring for the land. And then again, we talked about previous treaties involving Anishinaabe and the Crown, and then the Treaty of Niagara, I learned later, I kept wondering, why do I go to these things and they always talk about the Treaty of Niagara? I want to learn about Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 because I didn't know what I was talking about or thinking. I had no clue. But this is so important. This Treaty of Niagara, this is like some of the scholars will say, like, this is the foundation of Canada. Like, this is the foundation of Canada, the Treaty of Niagara, of the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. And I've read some of the work of John Burroughs as well around this and some of the other scholars. And of course, Alan Corbier, right? Like Dr. Alan Corbier, like amazing work, is going to be speaking tomorrow. And he talks about this quite a bit. And I was up with you late last night. I wasn't with you, but I was with you in spirit because here I was reading Alan Corbier's dissertation, right? I'm like, okay, we're published in 2019. Okay, what exactly did he say about the Treaty of Niagara, right? Just to make sure, that I'm a little bit on the right track. But part of the Treaty of Niagara was a two-row wampum belt that was given to Johnson by the First Nations at the time. And there's incredible principles for how non-Indigenous people are to live in relationship with Indigenous people with non-interference and support and, friendship and mutual care and connection, but non-interference, right? From that wampum. And the covenant chain was also associated with the Treaty of Niagara, and this was, like Alan Corbier does a lot of work around this as well, and talks about this as a long-standing treaty framework. So the covenant chain is super related to the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 because it is the long-standing treaty framework. So everything that's written here, and except for the cede and surrender part, and everything that's part of that diplomacy, part of those relationships, all of that is connected to this long-standing treaty framework as well, based on mutual respect, reciprocity, and good faith are the principles that Alan Corbier talks about. I feel like I'm missing a lot of my stuff. I am. Here we go. Okay, some stuff from John Burroughs here. I was trying not to read from here, but I'm not that good, eh? So John Burroughs says, at the gathering, a nation-to-nation relationship between settler and First Nations peoples was renewed and extended, and the covenant chain of friendship, a multinational alliance in which no member gave up their sovereignty, was affirmed, right? So this is the bedrock. So then when you look at the Robinson-Huron Treaty with cede and surrender, that's wrong because the Treaty of Niagara says no one gave up their sovereignty, no one gave up their jurisdiction or their lands, right? I got these new glasses and the progressives are just weird. I'm like, so bear with me. And a lot of what was agreed to and what was discussed during the Treaty of Niagara was recorded and exchanged using wampum belts. Okay, I already talked about the non-interference. So here's another quote about the Treaty of Niagara by Philip Cote and Nathan Tidridge. At the heart of the Treaty of Niagara is a relationship grounded in ties of kinship, familial love, And this was, well, this is a really great booklet if you want to understand the treaty as a relationship. Really great booklet here. A lot of the folks from the Treaty Relations Commission of Manitoba were involved in this. M.A. Kraft, one of my favorite friends, was one of them. Okay, so about that covenant chain wampum belt. So Alan Corbier describes it as a silver and iron chain of friendship that binds the nations together and requires renewal and polishing by coming together and meeting annual in councils to settle disputes. So you heard us talking about those council fires earlier, right? Like trying to get that, you know, keep that going where those relationships and those treaties are polished and renewed. You know, and this is the problem where non-Indigenous people don't show up. Like, you know, like how are we going to renew this relationship when only one side is talking about it, right? So this is where we need to be partners. It also symbolizes mutual aid in that if Indigenous nations pull on the chain or pull on the rope, the Crown will share what is needed. And I saw like some of Alan Corbier's videos where he talks about that, and you just can picture the pulling the chain, right? And but just meaning that, you know, like we're connected and we help each other when we need it, right? Like this is the principle. Like, can you imagine if we lived by this principle? If that was the principle of this relationship, like things would be so different. There wouldn't need to be a court case, would there? Okay. So then another key piece to learn about is the history of the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850. And the Treaty Litigation Fund has a really nice booklet about this that talks about some of the background of that. And I know I'm saying this to people who already know this, a lot of you, but some of you don't. My students might not. So I'm just going to talk about it quickly. So part of the issue that initiated the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 is that the colonial government began issuing mining permits in the treaty territory, which was contrary to the Covenant Chain Alliance, contrary to the Royal Proclamation and the Treaty of Niagara. So the Anishinaabe saw this as a direct challenge to their jurisdiction and their control over the territory. And then some of the chiefs, Jingwakuns, and others sent several petitions to the Crown, said, hey, you know, hey, this isn't what you guys are doing. That's not what we agreed to, right? And then in the strongest terms, it says in the booklet, they said this in the strongest terms. And then, you know, like basically, eventually then occupied a mine and said, no, like you're not following the treaty. This is not the relationship. We're occupying the mine. They forced the issue, which initiated the beginning of the treaty negotiations. Okay. So one of the things that needs to happen is that non-Indigenous people need to look at that history and then be listening to Anishinaabe treaty perspectives. And one of the perspectives that I was really happy to be able to learn about came through the Robinson-Huron Wampum Declaration, and I have Exhibit 2. So remember when they had this all written out on the birch bark? I can't find it on the website anymore, but I had downloaded a copy. But this was so, like when I saw this, I was like, yes, this is what I understood treaty to be, and that that Wampum and all the leaders of this territory had taken the time to write it out and say, hey, no, this is who we are. This is our declaration of our relationships here. And so I'm just going to read a little bit of it, right? Because this is Anishinaabe treaty perspectives, right? We have occupied and exercised authority and jurisdiction over our communities, our economics, our ways of life within this territory since time immemorial, and notably prior to pre-contact with colonizers or foreign government. We have and always had our own governments, which are the only recognized and legitimate authority with jurisdiction over all our lands and resources. We are committed to the principle of reciprocity by sharing, working together, working through conflicts. Just reading parts of it. We made treaties such as the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 with the intent of protecting our future generations, wealth and growth of our communities. At minimum, this is one of my favorite parts, at minimum, we clearly stated and had written into our treaty that we shall always have reserved jurisdiction over our full territory as our rights to harvest within the full extent of the territory, underlying title to the land, and to share of the resource revenues were guaranteed. So this is Anishinaabe treaty perspectives. This is what non-Indigenous people need to understand when you need to know about how to be a good treaty partner on these lands. So I really appreciated that that this was created. Trying to see, I know it's the end of the day and people are just tired, and some of you are like, yeah, this is 101. And it is 101, but it's like basics for non-Indigenous people who are as, undereducated as I have been, right? So like, hopefully you can feel that vibe, and like, this is me fumbling through and trying to help other non-Indigenous people fumble through and try to understand, So let's see here, because I am standing between you and home, I think. I just have a few other points that Anishinaabe treaty scholars and knowledge holders bring out from Anishinaabe treaty perspectives that will help non-Indigenous people understand the treaty better. Anishinaabe scholar Karine Duhamel writes that First Nations' own histories and accounts of treaty processes uphold important principles of reciprocity, respect, and renewal, rooted in thousands of years of experience and presence on these lands. The treaties hold the keys to a path forward as living agreements regarding relationships between First Nations and settlers in the past, for the present, and for the future. For First Nations people, the original spirit and intent of the treaties was and still is centered on principles about land and nationhood that are embedded within ceremonies, protocols, and discussions of treaties that are outside of the written documents themselves. So again, why is the treaty not just the written text? Okay, and this is some of my favorite from Heidi Kiwetanab Stark. I think I was close. So she indicates that treaties flow from Anishinaabe sacred law based on the interconnectedness of creation, which contains instructions about how all beings should relate to specific territories. The pre-existing relationships of Anishinaabe with the land, plants, and animals became part of the treaty such that Anishinaabe not only reserved the right to hunt, fish, and gather in shared territories, but also, importantly, reserved the ability to regulate these rights according to Anishinaabe legal traditions. Anishinaabe law. I'm a fan of Anishinaabe law as well, because I have to try to learn how to live within it, because that's whose sovereignty I live in, right? Heidi Stark adds a further layer. During the treaty proceedings, Anishinaabe leaders spoke of the Creator and the earth through speeches and during ceremonies, and they simultaneously established and renewed relationships and not only brought Anishinaabe Aki, which is land, into Anishinaabe relationships with the United States and Canada, but also brought the United States and Canada into Anishinaabe relationships with Aki. So you can see how non-Indigenous people are adopted into those treaties and those relationships. So given that the first Anishinaabe treaties are with star, plant, and animal nations, and later with other Indigenous nations, Anishinaabe law scholar Aaron Mills, and these are all people that Wamidamagiwin has invited to speak during some of our treaty events, right? Like, they're picking the best people. It's so exciting. Like, what an opportunity. So Aaron Mills writes, any settler constitutional order will have to reconcile itself to the confederal treaty superstructure. Whoa. This treaty superstructure. So that means, to me, that means all of those other treaties that provide the context for our treaty, and that the Canadian state needs to be subject to that treaty superstructure, including those relationships with land. So as Indigenous law orients Indigenous societies toward good relationships with the rest of creation, this ecological orientation means that as settlers join the treaty relationship, they too are subject to this earth first relationalism of the treaty superstructure. And this is also from Aaron Mills. So what then is treaty? Like all of these things that we're talking about. An ongoing kinship and mutual aid-based relationship grounded in Anishinaabe law and negotiated through extended treaty-making proceedings and diplomatic practices, most of which are not represented in the written document, but much of which were meticulously recorded, committed to memory, recited, and transmitted in Indigenous oral histories, and as Alan Corbier indicates, often through mnemonic devices such as Wampum. So that's why when I went to the You know, like here I am, clueless white girl, going to the treaty gathering. I'm like, why do they keep talking about wampum? I want to learn about the Robinson-Huron Treaty. I don't want, what is this belt? You know, like, I'm like, what's going on, right? But this is why, because it's all written and encoded into there, that memory of Anishinaabe treaty perspectives and of, you know, the recollection of the treaty itself and the treaty negotiations. So, okay, so now I'm going to move to, I'm getting close to the end. Okay, so I'm coming back to these main points, and here I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the other ones, but the main thing was we have to know what the Robinson-Huron Treaty is as non-Indigenous people in order to be good relatives within it. And I said step forward and not back. I think I've already kind of emphasized that. And live in ways congruent with the treaty. So now that you know a little bit more about the principles embedded in the treaty, like what does that mean for how you live, right? That's the big question. What does that mean for how you live? So first is how are you going to learn it? And then what does it mean for how you live? And then we have a really important role in the treaty relationship because the Crown, as non-Indigenous people, I keep saying we, but I know the majority of you that are here are not non-Indigenous, but so we as in me and some of my students have this really important role in the treaty relationship because the Crown represents our side of the treaty and they're getting it wrong most of the time. They're getting it wrong. So what does that mean for us? Like that reflects poorly on me and I'm not okay with it, right? Like as we said at that earlier this morning, Earl pointed out, and I was just on the live stream, right? That this petition that we made, like this was part of our role. How are we going to hold the Crown accountable as non-Indigenous people? So myself and some of the students that I work with, we, with the help of Roger Jones, thank goodness, kind of drafted a petition to say to the government of Ontario, like, quit appealing, come to the negotiation table, because this is what the First Nations of this territory were asking for, right? So like, and our Crown that represents us was misbehaving, right? Like, so that's our job. Like that's the people we vote for. We've got to tell them our will and, you know, try to influence them the best that we can. So we wrote this petition, and thank goodness for Roger because he helped us with accuracy, right? Make sure we're doing it, understanding things correctly. And then delivered it to Vic Fideli's office in North Bay. And we said, not in our name. Like that was one of our key messages for the non-Indigenous people that were there. Not in our name. You don't do this in our name. So that is a role that we have as non-Indigenous people. And then, you know, supporting Indigenous-led treaty resurgence and decolonization work. And this is where, like, you know, these little things, you know, like, and students in my fourth year class, we work most of the time, some of the students want to pick up this treaty work and they try to promote the education that Wami Damagewin is doing, right? The education that's happening at Laurentian through Dominic's office, and how do we support that? How do we amplify that? How do we try to get people out? How do we try to raise the profile of treaty so that more non-Indigenous people are starting to understand, right? And then I'll just show one other thing. Display 3. So this one, oh, thank you. We don't want the moose to stand on its head. So this one, so in our treaty territory, we're lucky that there's a group of elders that are working for the land, right? The traditional ecological knowledge elders of our treaty territory. They've got their website that talks about some of the work that they're doing. They have a link to a petition because one of their big campaigns right now is to ban aerial glyphosate spraying, which is, you know, like basically a chemical that's, the way I understood from when I listened to them was that it kills a lot of stuff and it poisons a lot of stuff, but it leaves only certain kinds of trees that the logging industry wants. Like that's what I understood from what they said. So like this is affecting the moose, this is affecting people, this is affecting the water, and so they're saying no. So that as treaty partners for non-Indigenous people, we need to support what these elders are doing, right? So this is, you know, these are small things, and I give them as examples so that non-Indigenous people have a few ideas, right? But these are small things. When you think about, I mean, listen to what we heard that, well, Anishinaabe have been trying to get the Crown to uphold its side of the treaty for more than a century, but very specifically with regard to the court case for more than 20 years, right? So like, the amount of organizing, the amount of labor, the amount of work to try to get Canada to pay attention. And we do this little petition, right? And we do this little, okay, like let's make a sign. And it's something, but like, let's not inflate its importance, right? Because this is one little thing. But the reason why people are paying so much attention to it is because non-Indigenous people hardly ever do that stuff, right? So this is where we need more, like let's think about all the ways that we can support the treaty, that we can raise awareness about the treaty for non-Indigenous people. How can we, keep the Crown in line? Like that's our representative. What can we do, So those are just a few of the things that I wanted to share. Like I said, old knowledge for a lot of you, but this is what I see as my role as a non-Indigenous person, is to try to help educate more non-Indigenous people with the little bit that I'm starting to learn. Please let me know if I got anything wrong, but I've been trying to listen, trying to learn, trying to read, and all of that kind of thing. But I want to acknowledge those traditional ecological knowledge elders, Raymond Owl, Willie Pine, Ken Mwasage, I hope I'm saying it right, Carolyn Recollet, and then those that are helping them and working with them, Sue Chiblo, Deb McGregor, Neil Jones, who's here, and Jody Kobrinski, like a non-Indigenous person who's really supporting their work as well. So I think that's all I have. I don't know if there's any questions. You're probably dying to get out of here and maybe eat a few snacks. I'm not sure. But let me know if you have a few questions. They're like, no, we don't have questions. That was really 101. It really is. Like, this is just the basics that I'm trying to learn, eh? Okay. You want to get out of here, eh? Oh, do you have a question? You had your pen up, no? Okay, maybe not. I was like just hoping someone would have, yes?
Is there any consideration by yourself or the people affiliated with you at the time of the petition to support one if necessary on the go forward?
Good idea. Yes. Yes. So what I think is really important for us to do, like in this case, like I said, Roger Jones helped us, is like, okay, we don't know very much. We want to be supportive. How do we write this in a way that's actually going to do what's going to be helpful? So that's why we needed to consult with Roger Jones, make sure we don't get anything that's going to work against the efforts, and something that is going to be supportive. And of course, as Earl said, Wawin Damagewin supported that and amplified that petition. So like that, and I mean, how much difference did it make? I don't know. I think more Ontarians came to know about what was happening because of that, because of the efforts of Wawin Damagewin. But, so like, yeah. So then for us, it would be, we need to sit down and talk about what messages are needed. What, if there were to be another petition, what should it say that would support the efforts, And so then maybe that's my next email to Earl and to Roger and to Mike and all those guys. Thank you for that. Yeah, because we do such tiny things, it's good to challenge us to keep going and what's next, eh?
Very significant and valuable.
Well, thank you, but I don't want to inflate. Like, seriously, look at all the work that's being done by so many people. Okay, thank you. No other questions? Okay, oops. Okay. Okay. Thanks so much for listening.
Okay, so that is it for our speakers today. So I'd just like to take a moment to thank everybody who came out to support our speakers, and most importantly, all of our speakers for sharing everything that they know with us today. Just quickly before we go, I would like to call on Dominic to come up and say a few closing words, and then we will be back here tomorrow. Thank you.
Ani, bonjour. Abchigo ngichinandam geli alon dman go gigisgat abchigo ni wawena ki debata la manda wawin maga winish nikadak get chipita nagut. So Nelson has asked me to say a few closing comments. I just wanted to say chimigwech to the firekeeper that was outside earlier this morning, sharing some Anishinaabe teachings regarding the fire. And for all those that were engaged in those activities, chimigwech, for your really significant and important work, as well as to our elders, Alec Biso and Tekla Nagani-Gizik. So it's really important protocol whenever we have events like this regarding treaty discussions to also engage and involve our traditional Anishinaabe cultural practitioners. So in fact, it was great to see the Medewan Lodge songs and ceremony as part of this morning's opening festivities. So that was amazing. I also just wanted to say thank you to Clayton Samuel King. What an amazing artist, what an amazing person to listen to regarding the treaties in his area, Georgina Island and Toronto area. And so I think when we get an opportunity not to just listen to our academics, but to also listen to our artists and how they embed history and treaty knowledge into their art, that's an amazing opportunity. So I'm really grateful to have been able to have listened to Clayton Samuel King this morning, as well as Daniel McCoy. What an amazing academic and lawyer in terms of looking at treaties and how do we best incorporate treaties that are going to ensure that it has a lasting impact. So the work continues, the work doesn't stop. Chimigwech as well to Dr. Natasha Gerolami for sharing her work over at the library. And as we all know, there's always work to do in terms of Indigenous research and ensuring our libraries are delivering services in a meaningful way. I used to work for the Ministry of Education as well, and we worked with some of the school boards in Northern Ontario. And one of the things we try to do is to support school boards in terms of upgrading and auditing the libraries, because a lot of the libraries in Ontario have dated material. Some of them are discriminatory and racist in nature. So the work in terms of ensuring our libraries are reviewing their work, are reviewing the resources and the sources in the library. That work always continues, and I'm sure when we move forward here at Laurentian University, there's amazing opportunities, as indicated in the discussion. There's an opportunity to create a repository here of over 10,000 court documents, which is an amazing resource. We are also working here at Laurentian to really expand our research footprint. So the Mamazing Indigenous Research Institute, which used to be one small little office, is now moving to the second floor, and we have over 4,000 square foot of space up there. So for those folks that were engaged in supporting that initiative, I think we're expanding in Anishinaabe research here, and I think a big part of that will be how do we utilize those resources that the repository is going to create. So really amazing opportunities looking into the future. And again, Chimigwech to Tara and Michelle as well for your presentation. It's always interesting to hear about how other First Nations or Anishinaabe regional territories, how are they dealing with their current court case and what are they learning from their previous court case. One thing I do know is a lot of folks tend to think that all of Canada is surrendered territory when it is absolutely not. If you go to British Columbia, 96% is unceded territory, and the only ceded portions is from modern land claims that were recently done. So if we look at what's going on in British Columbia in terms of moving forward, even those folks are interested in looking at how did Ontario, how did the Robinson-Huron Treaty folks, how did they navigate the courts? How did they navigate the historical documents and the elders? So moving forward, British Columbia, Alberta, and a lot of the provinces that are addressing land claims and treaty, they have much to learn from Ontario. So I think kudos to the folks here, Robinson, Huron, Wawin, Mangewan. You're doing exceptional work and everyone's learning from that. And at the end, Chimigwech as well to Dr. Elizabeth Carlson Manathera. So, you know, we can't forget about the students in the classroom, whether they're at elementary level or secondary level or at college or university. The students need to hear about treaties. The students need to learn about Anishinaabe history, and those students need to be proud of the knowledge that they have regarding our ancestors, and they need to be proud of the accomplishments regarding modern settlement agreements. So really critical moving forward. One of the things that my office is working on is to ensure that when we're reviewing our programs and how we deliver them, treaty history is going to play a significant part, as well as we're starting to focus on positive narrative history. So including all the positive contributions of Anishinaabe people or Indigenous people across Turtle Island. How did they contribute to the world that we live in today, right? So in the past, when I provided presentations, I would talk about our Indigenous botanical science and our knowledge of plants, right? So it's probably 65% of the food that we consume today in the Americas is actually Indigenous botanical science, right? Corn, beans, squash, tomatoes, potatoes, the list goes on. Our contributions to the modern world that we live in is absolutely amazing. You know, there's an Anishinaabe Navajo man that works for NASA. His name is Aaron Yazzie. He's an engineer. And he co-constructed the rover that's currently on Mars. And up until about a year ago, he was controlling that rover on Mars from his home office in Pasadena, California. So Anishinaabe Indigenous people are doing amazing work in 2024, and what we've heard today here as well regarding our Robinson Huron team, they've done some exceptional work in terms of moving forward treaties in a meaningful way and to get those just settlements. So what an amazing day of discussion, really thoughtful, really engaging, and I'm just really thankful that I sat in here and listened all day as well. I gained immensely from listening to every single presenter this morning. So with that, I would just like to say Chimigwech for coming out today. Tomorrow, we have some really amazing presenters as well. We have Dr. Alan Corbier. He'll be talking about treaties. Dr. Brian McGinnis, I think he's going to talk about Anishinaabe language and how it aligns with treaty work, and as well as Brian Charles, who will be looking at wampum belts and wampum history as well. So an amazing lineup tomorrow, and we're starting up at 9 a.m. and I guess our welcoming will start at 10 a.m. So we hope to see everyone tomorrow. And again, for all the presentations today, let's give them a big round of applause. Really amazing work. And please do come out tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Please do come out tomorrow. Again, a really fantastic lineup. So with that, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Enjoy your evening, and we shall see you tomorrow. Take care. Bama pi minwa.